Hello everybody and welcome back to the Junior World Championships 2025, and it's the last day of the competition. We are here for the relay today. I'm very excited to be joined by Bruno Nazario to bring you one final day of racing. Bruno, how are you today?
Yeah, also very high expectations for what I think it's going to be a fantastic day out there in the forest in Italy. And we will definitely be trying to show you all the emotions, all the really good orienteering that will go on today in Italy.
Yeah, we're in the exact same arena as yesterday. It was a fantastic atmosphere yesterday. Hopefully it can be even better today. I tell you what, a relay is always one of my absolute favourite races because there's so much atmosphere, it's so exciting, and it's really, it's head-to-head racing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And today with so many good teams fighting for medals, I think it's going to be an exciting race until the final meters.
Yeah, so our first relay off is the men's relay. Lots of teams lining up. I think it's going to be really close racing. We've seen all of the countries having such brilliant results so far this week.
Yeah, of course, we should mention the favorites in a few minutes, but of course, we are always down to surprises. But today the temperature seems to be a little bit cooler, Ollie.
Yeah, it could potentially warm up later in the day, but about now it's about 23 degrees. Maybe it might be a bit warmer for the women's race later on in the day. But you can see
athletes, they are already at the quarantine area warming up. Yeah, so going through the courses in the men's class, it's 6.2 kilometers course, so it's bigger than the relay. Here we expect that the winning time for each of the legs should be around 35 minutes, 230 meters of climbing and 21 controls. So it's the same area as we were using yesterday, but with a different part of the forest here for the beginning. So the runners start already with the forking there for this first control on the top of that hill. Then they go again with the second forking here. Here probably we will see that this forking may bring some differences because if you take the red one, probably you will be a little bit behind. And we have several TV controls during the course. First TV control is number 3 there. Then at number 8 again TV control before the next forking. This forking you can see quite tricky forking there, and they get together again. TV control at number 12. Another forking here for this part before they go back again to that marshy area from yesterday. You saw so many good runners making mistakes there. For sure, now they are more alert to what they should be doing. And the last part, last loop of the course, same for all the legs. And going to that trickier area, if you get a good gap before, you really need to do some good orienteering to keep ahead of everybody else. So it's going to be exciting. For sure, it's going to be until the last meters as in yesterday's race.
Yeah, looking forward to see who's going to get on last. What kind of runners do you think this?
Well, I will be very much surprised if the runners that will be on the top are not more or less the same as we saw yesterday. Same forest, same type of navigation, but of course here you really need to be able to cope with the pressure and to use the others because in this type of terrain where you have, especially when you have those more tricky green areas, it's a huge advantage to just be running on the pack slightly behind, see which is the line of the others that are in front of you, and if they get stuck you can or correct immediately and do not lose the time that the guys that are leading the pep are. So we hope for really good competition today. And here the start list with bib number one, of course, for the world champions from last year, Switzerland. So they are missing Mathieu Burer, but they have here on their team a very, very strong one with David Baumberger, Kursin Müller, Loic Berger. So they are obviously one of the favorite teams for today. But of course, in the men's class, you always need to take care for Czechia because last year they were also among the favorites. But this year they are hoping for some revenge. You will see that they will start with bib number 15, so they will start a little bit behind due to that not so good relay on last year. But then also Sweden, strong team, Ludwig Rosen, Vilma Selin, Hannes Mogensen. France, always very strong on the relays. France were the bronze medalists from last year. And here also good shout out for Finland. They have a strong team, I may say, Eros Torsa. But here the presentation of the teams, and you see bib number 15 for Czechia. So they will start on the second row there with Prokop Tomaszek going to run the first leg. Also mentioning here Australia with Cooper Orley going out for the first leg, team number 13. Always strong Kiwi team. New Zealand going with Jakob Nuf on the first leg. Austria, 11 last year. Niklas Ockenbauer heading out in first position. And here, for sure, Ollie's favorite team, Great Britain. They will go out with bib number 10 with Film Selmer Duguid. Poland, bib number 9, Stanislav Drapela running the first leg. And here, Spain, bib number 8. But some good expectations for them. They were really good on the long distance yesterday. A lot of problems for them, but yeah, I'm sure they will bounce back. Norway, bib number 7, Sondre Olausen. Lithuania, bib number 6, Algirdas Denis. Also quite interesting to see what Lithuania is going to do. Slovakia with Tomasz Kasha running the first leg, and for sure some problem with Filip Pijancic. He will not run anything more in this championship. We saw Finland there with Eros Orsa in first leg, Arthur Perrin, first leg for France, Ludwig Rosen on the pictures, first leg here for Sweden, and for me, the biggest favorites for today, Switzerland, bib number 1, David Baumberger here running the first leg for them. Yesterday, they were so impressive on the middle distance. Again, for those that didn't have the chance to follow the competition yesterday, I can tell you that Switzerland in the men's class set 3 guys on the top 6. Loic Berger, David Baumberger, Kursin Müller, all of them on the top 6. And of course, those 3 guys are running on this relay team. So for sure, they are clearly the favorites for today. Mhm. Yeah, and I'm not sure if we are live for.
Proud for our Junior World Wrestling Championship. We are so happy for
Are already running out there through the start
everyone.
flag. Is a lot of running on today's course. They will go through the arena one time, and this is a long way on the path and then also a little bit on the paved roads until they hit the first controls and the first forkings there. See, group running there pretty much together. Spain there, Romania there, also very good to see Romania. Switzerland here, Belgium, Germany, Sweden up there, France. So the pace seems to be quite moderated, I may say. They are not really pushing very hard. And they will go out from this path pretty soon into the forest, into the first controls. Now they are off, and now it's going to be interesting to follow if some of the teams will hit the wrong controls. We're following Switzerland here. Of course, the biggest favorites for today. And this is a nice part of the forest where they are going to have the first forking. There's good visibility in some parts, but you saw that those greener areas make it difficult. So there's the first control. I'm not sure if Switzerland punched that one. If you have this A control that we saw on the pictures, you will be slightly ahead at control number 2, because then you don't need to climb all the way to the other side of the slope. The other two controls were on the other side of the slope, so you'll be slightly ahead there. Yeah, so you saw that both Norway and Sweden, they will go to the control on the other side of the slope. Not sure, I cannot see which forking Switzerland had on my screen. So Lithuania, so punching A there. Let's see if you can get the number from Switzerland, but I'm pretty sure that they punch control number A. Such a lovely pictures from the terrain. Following here, Switzerland and Belgium, they are already on their way to control number 2. Here it is, no problem at all for them. This is Australia, Norway, Czechia there, Estonia, Latvia, Romania. Good to see Johan Jakob. France there, New Zealand, Germany, Slovakia, Australia, Spain, also France here again, Finland, Australia, Ireland, now Italy, Hungary there. For Hungary, they need just to keep it under control and try to see what Martin Chobot will do on the last leg. Turkey also passing there, Bulgaria, Belgium, Japan here passing at control number 2, again Japan number 2. Now Portugal going there with Dinish Lopes, USA, and Lithuania. One more team here. This is Turkey. No, Hong Kong, China, passing. Colors were the same. I think this is Colombia, probably. And now you see in the lead, Switzerland in the lead, David Baumberger. But yeah, for the viewers, it's going to be a little bit of hard job for us not to get too excited because you saw it can be some differences on the forkings. And like on this first one, if you punch the A forking, you will be in front for sure if you execute it quite well. And so you see now into the first TV control, this is Switzerland, Norway passing there, Sondre Olausen, Estonia, Czechia, but Czech number 2, Belgium, really good to see, Lithuania, Romania, Latvia, Great Britain also up there. So a lot of teams passing this first TV control, or still everything so packed together.
Yeah, it'll take a bit of time for the runners to sort of split up. The Four Kings will do a good job of that, but
Yeah, for sure.
it won't be until later in the course that we start to see gaps starting to appear.
Yeah, but the main favorites, they are all up there. So I saw Switzerland, Norway, Czechia won, they passed 9 seconds behind. Sweden also there. Great Britain is also up there, France. So all the top teams still there in contention for the place among the best. Spain here already 21 seconds behind. Let's see if they can really catch some time on this part of the course now. So now they head back to another forking. So they are heading to control number 4. We will have again TV control at control number 8.
Yeah, so this forking should start to split them up. They're quite close together, so it could lead to some confusion as well within the group. Of course, the runners don't know which controls are forked and which controls are common.
Yeah, so yeah, you see here D, E, F. Of course, if you take this F control, you will be like Sweden will punch the F control, and they are now already off to number 5. For Norway, they had to go a little bit further down, and I think Switzerland will go to number D or E. So if you take like Finland, Finland will need to go to control D, so they need to go farther south of this hill to punch that control, and then they will be a little bit behind on the group there. Also France going to control number D. You see, no problems at all for Sweden. Ludwig Rosen. They're really pushing the pace already on his way to number 5. And you see that Finland and France, they are still to punch their forking control. But and Spain, yeah, Spain already a little bit behind on the group there. So if you compare the tail with Sweden, they are mainly 1 minute behind. And now the replay from the start, there was some problems, I think, with the internet connection. So bringing you the pictures of the start of this men's relay last race of the Junior World Orienteering Championships 2025.
Yeah, it was a quick start into the forest and great atmosphere here in the arena. Lots and lots of noise cheering on those athletes.
And while we wait for them to pass at the second TV control, Ollie, have you ever been to JWOC?
I've never been to a JWOC, no.
No.
This is my
Okay, so
first JWOC.
you'll see that okay, this inter competition wise, this relay is the most important one of the day, but the most fun is going to be the coaches race after the relay. That's a interesting thing to see. And now here the
I
replay
never
from
knew.
yeah, you will see the replay here from Finland one. We saw that they were behind there for that control D. Yeah, so they were following the group into control number E, and then yeah, now you see that they are a little bit behind, but honestly, if I was on the team of Finland, I would really appreciate that my colleague had done this longer forking. So this means that I will have a shorter run later on in the race. Always good to have it later on in the race that in the beginning of the relay.
Yeah, it looks like France and Great Britain also had that forking, but they executed it better. So they're a bit
Yeah,
further ahead.
I think that the Finnish guy was following the group, and then he found out that the other ones were not going to the control that he is, and then he just stopped and make the correction and hit his control.
Yeah, so Switzerland and Norway definitely starting to get a bit of a gap here.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they had the shorter forking. Do you think they learned anything from the terrain yesterday that they can apply
Oh,
to their course
for
today?
sure. For sure, they've learned a lot of things from yesterday. Of course, if you see where the course is going today, mainly this first part is like that middle part on the relay where everybody was saying, oh, it's such a nice forest, more open, and so on. So I think here it's like continental terrain type of orienteering. So they are very used to this. They just need to pay a lot of attention to when they are going into the arena and then on the last loop, because we saw so many mistakes yesterday on that part of the forest that I'm sure the coaches were telling them how to do it better there and not make the same mistakes as they had done yesterday. Mhm. Okay. Seems to something freezing here in my computer, but we keep going, trying to follow what is going on. So really not sure. We can see on the screen that some problems with transmission back from the arena. So hopefully we'll start getting the pictures pretty soon. But still leading this race. And now a clear lead here for Switzerland, Norway, and Czechia too. So Adram Zritkavesli on the leading group there from my tracking. And they are already on their way to TV2. Hopefully we have the live feed running back pretty soon. We will punch the control there quite soon, and I think that this is already a really good gap for the leaders. Gap should be around 45 seconds to a minute. And on the second group, really big second group, we have Czechia. They're pushing the pace, trying to close the gap for the leaders. Yeah. So we have the punch there at the second TV control. So the leading group, it's confirmed. Sondre Lawson, Czechia 2 so Sondre Lawson for Norway, Czechia 2 for Adram Zritka Veseli, and Switzerland 1 with David Baumberger. And the gap is about 55 seconds to the next group with Sweden, Ludwig Rosen.
Perrin for la France, Southern for Germany, Arikas for Latvia, Helios for Lithuania, Krach for
Finland,
Estonia,
actually Peso, and in fact, Finland 1 is back in 17 spot, 113 behind. You saw that mistake. He is bouncing back, is in this following this second group. Really big, long line of runners on the second group. But the news is that we have really clear lead there for three teams. Norway 1, Czechia 2, Switzerland. They are leading this relay.
now going to the tank control. It's an area.
So they might start to recognise this part of the area from their courses yesterday. They didn't have any controls on this hill, but they did run over it to finish their middle distance race.
Yeah, they had that route choice there coming from the second TV control yesterday to the flatter area or to the gentle slope on the east side of the hill. So if you see the course up until now, they are using a different part of the forest. The part of the forest where they have really run yesterday was from control 14 onward. 14, 15, they had the controls there, as we may seen. So it's going to be interesting if today they are making mistakes as yesterday.
Yeah, this was the area that proved to be quite technically challenging for a lot of the athletes. I saw orienteering mistakes posted, I think, an Instagram post of a compilation of all of the mistakes that we saw in that area, and it was very entertaining to look at.
For sure. For us, it's very entertaining. For the runners, almost for sure that they didn't have any entertainment when they were losing time there. But yeah, the character of the forest there really changes. So they are in this really continental type of forest, more open, visibility is better where they are now, and then they move on to an area where first it's more diffuse, so you really don't have like clear features to hold on during the leg. And second, visibility, even from the map, you can understand that with those greener areas, visibility there should be much more reduced. So you really need to pay attention and use your compass a lot if you want to hit those controls in a good way. But Oli, here a good group in the front. So Switzerland, Czechia 2 and Norway pushing the pace there in the front of the pack.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder whether that forking creates that much of a difference, and whether all three of those had the same forking.
Yeah, I haven't seen Czech 2 if they had the same forking, but I know Switzerland 1 and Norway 1, they had the same forking before. So yeah. But the other ones are chasing. Also good to see that on the chasing group there, Estonia 1, really pushing the pace there, also trying to close the gap. So there's a huge line of runners chasing those three guys. Estonia, Sweden 1 and Sweden 2, Finland 2 and Finland 1, Lithuania, France 1 and 2, Great Britain, Czechia, Italy, Slovakia, Belgium, two teams of Italy as well, Denmark, Hungary in that group there, Australia also there, Spain, Turkey. So there's a huge line of runners on this second group. Just those three teams managed to get ahead, and they are about 40 seconds in front of everybody else.
Yeah, it's Chris Marcus Krav who is running the first leg for Estonia, leading that pack.
Yeah, yesterday didn't have the best of races, Chris Marcos, but here today really performing quite well so far. So good to see Estonia in the top there. So they are already at number 12. So we have already the punching from David Baumberger, Adam Ziritka Vesely, and Sondre Aulausen. The three teams in front already punch control number 12 on their way now to the next forking. And now it's still, yeah, this is something that if you could control, you would not do it, is having same forking here for Switzerland and Norway. But here, second group with Sweden here pushing the pack. Estonia, as we told, oh, they put the control down, and this is Finland, but I think it's Finland too. Small gap to the next group. Sweden one now here. Now the big pack of runners: Germany, Czechia, Great Britain, France, Italy is still up there. Very good. I think now this is Finland one. France again, Slovakia, and Germany also in the pictures. Australia also up there. Really good to see Australia so far up there. And Hungary is about to close in into that control. We should see Hungary there pretty soon.
Yeah, and it looks like Switzerland and Norway had the same forking once again.
Yeah, but in fact here you see now there's this out of bounds area through that marsh. So they really need to come to the corner of the out of bounds before they can cut. So they will go for sure all around in the path. This means that if you have like the H control, like Estonia is having now, they can come already to the path and they can close in the gap to the two leaders.
To verify what is happening. What about the spectator and the speaker factor?
Yeah, I think they'll be glad to see some path running, having had to climb that hill up to number 11.
And you saw again the three teams in the lead having the same forking to that control number 13 on the men's class.
Everything is happening around them.
So we can't get too excited about their lead then, because it may all have been caused by
No,
that early
that's-
forking.
Yeah, that is the problem with being too excited. Is that when the second leg runners or the third leg runners will go out, then this can change. But of course, it's always better to be in the lead than to be behind and chasing.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of control over the race and confidence going into the rest of the legs.
Yeah, but like I told you, Estonia had the H control. So this means that they are now closing the gap to the leaders. And now you see David Baumberger, Sondre Lawson, and Adam Czechia here pushing the pace. The three leading guys of this relay, they are now heading back into the arena, and you can see this is the area where everybody made mistakes, and just by the cameras you can understand that the forest here is so much different than the previous parts. Visibility, it's much lower, and the terrain is much more diffuse.
Yeah, no mistakes then for the top three. We'll wait to see when the chasing group will arrive.
And the gap was 1 minute and 6 seconds at the previous TV control. And now for sure you will see Estonia coming to the control there. They are closing the gap a little bit, but still 1 minute between the three leading teams, and now Estonia. And now you will see a huge line of runners coming to this third or fourth TV control. Now you see Sweden 2, Finland 2, Czechia 1 here. Czechia 116 behind, so some work to do for the next guys. France 1 with Arthur Perrin really bouncing back from that mistake. Sweden 1 here. Ludwig Rosen, Lithuania, really good up there. Germany, and now only Finland 1 passing here. France 2 with Antonin Chasselin. Slovakia 1. Tomáš Kaška really pushing the pace. And this was Sweden 2, Belgium 2. Mixed team here with Vallejo from Spain. And they are already 146 behind the leaders. And still no Australia passing there. Still no Romania passing there. Also no Italy still passing there. And one of the teams that I consider an outsider, Denmark, also not passing there. So
Yeah, Denmark
Latvia.
had some illness, so they had a late change to their team.
Now New Zealand here passing at control. Jakob Nuf really recovering a little bit, some positions. And now another big line of runners going to pass the control there. Ukraine, you saw Ukraine passing there, 30 position. This is Spain. No, that was Romania, sorry. Bulgaria here, and now the leaders passing through the arena.
Yeah, you can hear the noise from inside the arena, and it's Czechia 2 that lead.
So now they go through the arena. It's another long marked route until the start flag again. So they will go to the start flag again, and now from there they are going to control number 17. So now let's see.
Yeah,
if
and the rest
gap
of
is
the
increasing.
course. There's no
the
more
rest of the course
forkings
is-
on the rest of the course.
and it's quite tricky. Of course, the controls do not seem to be very technical, but again, they are going to this type of forest with very diffuse sort of orienteering and really low visibility, so everything can happen.
Yeah, we saw the athletes struggle to adjust to that sort of orienteering yesterday. So hopefully they'll have learnt from the vague areas yesterday. But
Yeah,
the chasing
no,
pack then in towards the arena.
and it's a huge line of runners still leading the pack. Estonia, then Lithuania, Finland, Sweden, France, Finland 1, Sweden 1, 125 behind. Germany already 1 minute and 30 seconds behind, and still good. And here is Czechia, Tomášek. They are 134 behind, so they really need to push the pace, not to lose any more time. So good to see still here Spain fighting for the top positions. But I think that was Vallejo on the mixed team. There. Ignacio Vallejo, I think he was in the mixed team, but yeah, at least from the graphics. Now here is Italy.
Gaio running really well.
Behind. Yeah. So for sure, a place among the top 10 will be good result for Italy, and they have a really solid team in all the three legs. We need to go through the arena. Australia.
And back into the forest then. We're with Norway here.
Yeah, and you should be like, why? Where is the group? Yes, Sondre Olausen is now running slightly ahead of Czechia and Sweden. I think a gap of about 20 seconds. So he was much better going through that very diffuse area into control number 17. And he now has a gap of about 10, 15 seconds in front of Czechia 2 and Switzerland.
To the place the tactic.
So it's looking quite good for Norway at this point.
Staying there, just following in some cases, but ready to jump in first position as soon as he has the chance to see something different. Norway as a front runner, you can see on the GPS.
And as for Spain 1, some problems for them. Only now they are running through the arena. And they are 3 minutes and 30 seconds behind the leading pack of this race. Also trying to see where Portugal is. Yeah, so there. Portugal is already a little bit behind on the leaders. So no top result for Portugal today.
You can see Czechia and Switzerland are chasing down Norway.
Yeah, because especially Czechia, Adam is doing a fantastic job. He's really pushing the pace, trying to close the gap there for Norway. Yeah, of course, you have they can see the back of Sondre Lawson for sure. So they just need to push the tempo there and hope for some small hesitation from Sondre Lawson, and then they will get back. But this is really good orienteering by Norway, really good orienteering by Sondre Lawson in the lead of the men's JWOC relay.
So the second leg athletes are starting to line up. Won't be long until we see the first changeover.
Yeah, and he's now going to control number 18. You can see already the flag there on the stone. And now he's going to the second last control. So you see, they can see the back of Sondre Lawson. And I can tell you now the second last control on the men's class. This should be a nice one, because they are going to this very diffuse forest area and the corner of a marsh, green areas all around. So for these first guys, they really need to have good direction into this control, or they can simply go and use the border of the marsh and go along the border of the marsh. It's much safer, but I'm quite sure that they will go quite straight into that control.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this control is problematic for some athletes today. Very, very vague and low visibility in there.
Yeah, and you see, you can see in the tracking, so they are doing exactly what they are doing, the two things I've said. So Norway is taking it a little bit more safer, trying to see the border of the map, the marsh, and here Switzerland and Czechia just going quite straight. Of course, this is the best route choice. And now changing the lead, because now you see that it is Switzerland leading the pack there.
Yeah, you can see just how thick the forest is there.
And how diffuse it is. Of course, they are now on the marshy area. You can really understand by the vegetation. They just need to follow the border of the marsh until they can find the control, and here it is. So this is really nice pictures from the terrain. We can really show you what the runners are facing. Wow, I'm so happy to be here making this commentary.
Yeah, I think this could get quite exciting today. Of course, these athletes have had the shorter gaffles here, but they've got a pretty big lead.
Yeah, the lead is more than 1 minute, much more than 1 minute, so looking quite good. Also looking quite good for the main favorite, Switzerland, because they are up there. still some work to do for Czechia, especially Czechia 1, because Czechia 1 is on the group that is coming next. So they are 1.5 minutes behind this leading pack.
Yeah, they've had a pretty poor exit direction from the penultimate control.
Yeah, so
bit of
there's
hesitation on the road.
Yeah, because they just took a direction, hit the road, and run. It was not ideal. They will lose some seconds on that one, but I can tell you that the group that is coming behind is doing exactly the same sort of back exit from that control. So here comes the leaders to the changeover.
So
with,
it's Czechia
Czechia.
2 that are going to hand over in the lead.
And then Switzerland and Norway to the changeover. So now going
Berger will hand over to Müller. And Olausen will hand over to Vic.
Yeah, so Christopher Stromdalvik was a really good pace yesterday. So you see, there was some time gain here on that exiting from the control. And the second group is now less than 1 minute from the leaders. This is Sweden 2 at the changeover. Then Estonia, really good race by Estonia. Also Finland, but Finland 2 into the forest. So the two teams are really performing good. Now Sweden 1 to the changeover together with Finland 1. France, Belgium, Lithuania, also good to see less than 1 minute from the leaders. Germany, what a fantastic race for Germany. Now Slovakia, and now Switzerland 2. And here is Czechia 1. So Czechia 1, 1:09 behind the leading teams. So here is Ignacio Vallejo, that is running on this mixed team with a Slovakian runner that you saw there going out into the forest. So. And on the contrary, at JWOC, similar type of relay as in the World Cup for the men elites, where only the best team for each country will count for the final results. So here the standings at the changeover: Czechia 2, Switzerland 1, and Norway on the leading pack with strong finish by Czechia 2. And then the second group with Sweden, Finland, Estonia, France, Belgium, Lithuania, Germany, Slovakia, Czechia. So yeah, good group there on contention for the medals.
Yeah, then we've got a bit of a gap until we see the next group coming in. Here they are. Australia leading that next group. So that's UN Best heading into the forest then.
And,
Romania
I
and
think
Italy.
It was Italy. And, Romania doing a good race. Also Israel, Sashar Eshel, very happy with this race. Now Ukraine, Latvia, and I think Norway too. Great Britain coming to the changeover here.
Yeah, Finn dropping some positions there. He was a bit higher up in the results earlier on.
And also it was Hungary to the changeover right there.
Yeah, so work to do for the Hungarian team if they are hoping for medals today.
Yeah, it's already more than 3 minutes behind. Of course, everything can happen on a relay, but 3 minutes with so many good teams ahead of them. Yeah, it's going to be a hard job for the last two runners on the team. So now it's the Chobot brothers in the Hungarian team with Mihaly running the second leg and the Middle Distance Junior World Champion Martin Chobot on the last leg. And this is looking very good for the Czechia too, because now they had the A control and they are all alone in the leads.
At some point you were leading by 1 minute and 30 minutes, then the gap became
So they are all alone in the lead, Czechia too, really alone there.
together. Basically, what happened towards the end of the first leg?
Yeah, fantastic performance from their first leg runner.
I got stuck in the green like twice, and then
And I'm quite curious to understand why Switzerland and Norway are running together, because they have different forking there, but it seems like they are just together there.
Yeah, I think the four kings are so close together early on in the course that the runners don't really need to split up.
Yeah, but the B control that Switzerland has is on the, I think it's on the top of the hill. Yeah, so they will go back to the path and they will close in together. That's for sure. But the other ones back there, they are really closing in to them. So yeah, it's opening up again. You see so many flags. This means that the chasing group is closing in on the leaders.
Allora, com'è andata oggi? Abbiamo subito visto un gruppo di tre staccarsi, guadagnare tanto, perdere un po' sulla fine, ma mantenere il controllo come trio. Voi dietro, com'è andata?
Eravamo abbastanza tutti questa gara, poi appunto in
Yeah,
salita
so
e anche
in the lead of the race,
stato lì davanti.
the three teams, Czechia 2, Norway 1.
Dove alcuni hanno sbagliato, io ho compreso un pochino,
And we've still got two chasing packs.
anche se gli ultimi 2 o 3 punti avevo i campi, quindi quello che riuscivo.
So at control number 3.
The first chasing pack is looking to
See?
catch the
Pictures again.
Swiss and Norwegian runners.
So you see the pictures here again. So Tomáš Urbanek from Czechia, all alone in the lead. He had that shorter forking on the first control. And here, still running together. Norway 1 and Switzerland 1. Marcin Müller and Christopher Strundalvik. And they are now 23 seconds behind Czechia 2. And how good the country must be to have the second team leading the relay with 20 seconds advantage over the big favorites, Switzerland. Now here the second pack with Will Marcelin really pushing up there. Now 53 seconds behind. France 1 also up there, and this is Finland 2. So still no Finland 1, and still really good race by Estonia, still up there. 7th position, 54 seconds behind. Also really good here, Belgium and Lithuania, and now comes Czechia 1.
Yeah, we were saying yesterday it's really, really impressive that you can have such competition within a squad for fighting for those places in the top team. And the Team 2 runners really showing that they are also capable of being in contention for the selection for the top teams.
And it's always good. And this is Germany 136 behind. And it's quite often also that the second teams will beat the first teams when you have so many good runners. That this happens a lot. We saw this in the World Cup in Idrefjall a few days ago, where Sweden just put 3 teams on the top there, and it was not the first team winning that relay. So yeah, when you have so many good runners, sometimes this happens.
Yeah, it
so
must be
now
a
you
bit
see
of a
that-
gamble as to who you pick for those top teams.
Yeah, well,
Right
yeah.
after the second control,
I would say that, and we're talking a little bit also here about women's relay. Sometimes it's a connection that we establish with your teammates. For that Finnish team that are the reigning junior world champions, they have been winning relays for such a long time. Eli Punto, Virma Pelika, and Evelino Anaho. They won 3 European Youth Orienteering Championship relay in the row, and they have won JWOC last year. So yeah, this togetherness, this team effect on the relay is also very important.
So that rounds off the top 20 through the first TV control of leg 2.
Yeah, so you saw there still in the top 20, Denmark and New Zealand. And here, Great Britain, 1 and 2 team, they are running really close together.
We see that the lead of the second leg from Urban and Ivan also last year's the relay, so did Celine. And
But
the Estonian second leg has Martin Kulvik now in 7th position. He was
and it's
also
quite interesting to understand that now, again, this second forking really proven to gamble things up, because it's good news for Finland, because now they had shorter forking there and they are now on the leading group. They are really up there.
Which are the process of the skills of the man and the girl.
And there's the Hungarian team then.
In the second leg, which is the skills
Not managed to pull back any time. In fact, almost dropped a minute. I think they were only 3 minutes down at changeover.
Yeah. So it's not going to be top result for Hungary today, that's for sure. But many of them, they are still young. So especially Mihaly Chobot, still a very young runner, ahead of many JWOCs to come here again and do much better. But yeah, leading the race, still Czechia 2, Norway and Switzerland, but Finland 1, really closing the gap there. So really good to see Finland 1. Apo Virkajärvi is on this leg. And on the last leg, they have also a big surprise of this championship for how good it is. He's running really good. Rasmus Toirila will be the anchor leg runner for Finland 1.
But it's still Czechia 2 that have that gap.
Yeah.
Approaching number 5.
But this is exactly what we were expecting, that the race would be very packed, very tight. Of course, this forking is making a little bit of a gamble there, but everything is so packed. In the end of the race, everybody will have exactly the same sort of forking. So yeah, exciting racing here from Italy.
Yes, and today we have again 2 Bermuda Triangle, as you used the expression yesterday. We have basically 8 minutes blank time when it comes to radio control, and another blank when we see the athletes crossing here the arena till the very last point.
And again, like Finland 1, really pushing to close the gap. I think they are now just 10 seconds behind the leading group there. Really good to have this GPS working and being able to really be on the second. And also Sweden 1, 2, France 1 and 2, Estonia really closing the gap. And a super second leg for Erik Exko from Czechia on Czechia 1 team. Is also trying to close the gap to the leaders.
So it's difficult to follow, it's difficult to understand what is really happening. But the flags of Switzerland and Czechia and Norway are
But
in a different position now than the previous.
you see the leading group there with Finland just closing in, and I can tell you that Sweden 1, Sweden 2, Estonia, France 1 and France 2, the route choice to this control number 7 is clearly not ideal, so they will lose some seconds there. France is making the correction, but Czech 1 Eric is really doing a good line through the terrain, really trying to close this gap.
For the seventh control, Nicole, I'm pretty sure that
He's now only 30 seconds behind the leaders.
not impossible, but you have to be sure that you are far enough for crossing that area.
So pictures here from the second TV control, still Czechia leading. Tomáš Urbanek. Really good pace of running for him, and look at how smooth he's flying through this terrain. On his way to control number 8, where you have the timing. Here it is. So punching control number 8 right there. And no one is chasing him, so there's a small, I think, 10-15 seconds gap. Yeah, so you see now Switzerland punching, Norway punching, and Finland punching. So Finland is already up there. Really strong second leg for the Finn Apo Virkajärvi, getting Finland back into contention for the medals. And also good race for Wilmer Selin there.
Yeah, less than 30 seconds in, dividing the top 5.
Yeah, and also France 1 and 2 running really good, still below 1 minute from the leaders. So both for Nathan Philibert and Simon Calandry on the top 10 of this men's relay. Jonas Vogel from Switzerland also doing a good race. He was 1 minute and 23 seconds behind the first TV control, and now less than 1 minute from the leader, so he's getting some time on the leaders here, Jonas Vogel. So it's the Selin brothers running for Sweden now. Svante Selin running for Sweden 2, sorry, and Wilmer Selin running for Sweden 1.
Yeah, so it's less of a chasing pack now and more of just a broken train of runners.
Yeah, this is what we will expect through the race, that the pack is going to be less and less, but it's really good to see how Finland has climbed the ladder up until the leading pack of the relay.
We also have the second team of Finland with Joona Hirvilahti in contention, then Belgium with Arnaud Mazy in position number 11, and Mattia Corona, suddenly on the screen in 13th place. He started 17 and he is now in 13th place, Mattia Corona for Italy. Then Colby for Estonia.
So now they climb the hill up to 11. Again, they might recognise this bit of forest from their race yesterday in the middle distance.
Voices and the smiles and the eyes of the first runners after the first.
But 4 runners now then in the leading group, and less than 30 seconds dividing them at the previous radio control.
And it's still Czechia 2 leading the pack. Still Tomáš Urbanek in the lead. But if we look at the tail of Tomáš Urbanek, 30 seconds behind him, we have Norway, Finland, Sweden 1, France 1, and France 2, Czechia 1, and Sweden 2. So all of these teams are only 30 seconds behind. And in fact, now we pop up the tracking from Switzerland. And of course, I think that it's in fact Corsin Muller that is leading this train.
Teams of Czechia, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Switzerland, and
But it looks like
France.
Finland is losing some time on the uphill there. This is like pure physical part of the course. You really need to go up so many contours there.
I was ready to say Cécile Candry.
So it's a lot of contours to climb.
Candry or Nathan Philibert for France. Now we have a big group going to the 11th control, and it could mean that we will have.
So it's from control 10 to control 11 is 55 meters of climbing in just one control. So yeah, this is physical parts here. And on the physical part, it seems like Virka lost a little bit. He was just with the leading group, and now he's running together with Sweden 1. This is position number 4 and 5 on the relay, and Czechia 1 really closing in there. So looking good for Czechia, with two teams fighting for the gold medals.
So here they are then, approaching the TV split, and it's Corsten Müller that leads.
And Corsten Müller here really doing a really fantastic orienteering, no problem whatsoever for him. Punching the control there, leading Tomáš Urbanek. Small gap, but you'll see that pretty soon Norway is coming to punch there. Yeah, and within 20 seconds time, you'll see Sweden 1 passing with Vilmar Selin, Finland 1 with Aapo Virkajärvi, and then Czechia 1, France 1 and 2. So here, Sweden 1, Vilmar Selin, Aapo Virkajärvi with Finland, only 30 seconds behind the leaders. This is nothing on the relay.
Yeah, they've definitely dropped time climbing up that hill. Just didn't have the legs to keep up with the leaders there. And there's Czechia 1.
Yeah, and so Czechia 1, really nice race by Erik Exco. So Erik Exco was in fact in the previous control 48 seconds behind, now only 45 seconds behind. So he's getting time on the leaders. And we said that for Aapo Virkajärvi, he was compared with Corsin Müller at the TV2, so before the climbing, he was only 7 seconds from him, and now he's 31 seconds, so he lost some time on the uphill there. Svante Selin for the Sweden 2, 1:24 behind. So for the brothers Vilmer and Svante, I think for Vilmer, he will go home with a bigger smile than Svante Selin. In mainly all the races, he was outperforming his brother. But both of them with really good races here in Italy.
So that rounds off the top 10 at that point, and then through the next fork section and into the vague, dense section of forest that was very troublesome yesterday.
Yeah, but now they have this quite weird forking here with the out of bounds there, meaning that Finland is back in the group and Sweden 1 is back in the group. They had the shorter forking there, So now we have a pack of runners in the leads, and the pack is Czechia 2, Sweden 1, Switzerland 1, Norway 1, and Finland 1. So the top 5 teams, they are now running together, all together in the leads, meaning that Czechia won. They had the longer forking here, so they were closing in on the leaders, and now they are a little bit more behind.
More delay, less delay, but the top 3 teams, Czechia, Norway, and Switzerland are leading the group. Maybe I can see that.
So now following the leaders is France 1 and 2, together with Czechia 1. They are about 30 seconds behind, but now you see the group. Let's see if no mistake here. So Switzerland 1, Kursin Müller still leading the race, then Tomáš Urbanek with Czechia 2. Now comes Sweden 1 all the way up to the leaders, and Norway 1. And for sure you will see also Finland there. Here he is, Apo Virkajärvi. But he should really try to push a little bit and close in on the leaders. He should not let the train there go away.
Yeah, I think he must be struggling physically there compared to the other runners.
Yeah, it seems
just
to be
dropping off the back.
Yeah, that seemed to be the case even when he was jumping on that small tree there. Yeah. Well,
it's likely that he'd have gone out really hard to try and stay with the group with that adrenaline of going out and towards the front of the pack, and then just tiring out as the course goes on.
And now Erik Exco from Czechia 1 leading the second group with Nathan Filimberg, Simon Calandry, and this is Svante Selin for Sweden 2. They are about 50 seconds behind, but it's I would say that is looking a little bit good for Czechia 1, because if they had this longer forking on the second leg, I think they will have the shorter forking for Daniel Bolejovski, and you know how good Daniel Bolejovski here. So, yeah, looking good.
Yeah, I agree with you there. This looks like the second Swiss team.
Yes, indeed. Jonas Vogel coming in to punch the TV4 control.
So we're still within 2 minutes of the lead at the moment.
Yeah, he's now here running all alone, so. And we will see after now a bigger group of athletes. Going to this TV control, we will see Denmark, Belgium, Great Britain, Finland 2, Italy there, Ukraine, Bulgaria, New Zealand, Estonia 1. So Estonia was really up there, but Partel Kulvik was not able to keep up with the leading teams.
So back to the arena for the run through, and this is going to be the leading group.
And you see how good is Vilmer Selin running, and they seem to create a small gap there. So Kristoffer Strømdalvik and Norway leading the relay together with Sweden 1, Vilmer Selin. Tomáš Urbanek now punching there, Apo Virkajärvi, and maybe small problem for Kursin Müller. He was leading at the control before, and now he's 20 seconds behind the leaders.
Yeah, must have had a mistake in there somewhere to lose that amount of time.
We have seen so many mistakes on this part of the forest yesterday that, yeah, we are used to this. But yeah, we thought that he would have learned a little bit from the mistakes yesterday, but Kursin Müller making probably small mistake to control number 15. The second pack of runners is being led by France 2, Nathan Philibert. And in there will come also France 1 with Simon Calandry. So you saw there France 1 with Simon Calandry, Sweden 2 with Svante Selin, and here is Czechia 1 with Erik Esko. I think he's doing a really good race considering that he's taking longer working in some parts. He really needs to push as hard as he can to give the better starting position for Daniel Bolejowski.
Yeah, and it won't be long until we see the second chasing pack.
Yeah, I think before we will see just Switzerland 2. Jonas Vogel will come here. Still a place among the top 10. That is arena passage. So good job for Jonas Vogel. Oi, no. Wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Does it? Oi.
Oh, that is going to be very
Oh, you will
disappointing, but he's
understand.
fixed it.
Okay. Yeah. He understood it. Now he's running back.
Of all the places to do that, you don't want to do it in front of the crowd, do you?
Yeah. Well, it's when you look at the map, it's a little bit confusing because you will see that the line also goes to the last control, but you will do it on reverse order. And in the bulletin, it's very clear what you should do, so you should have been prepared to do this. And this is really good to see how good Wilmer Selin is running today. Really the best runner on this second leg, and I can tell you that he is pushing such a good route choice to that control number 18. On the last leg, we saw that the runners went out to the pads, but here is just keeping straight. And to just emphasize what I was saying, if you look at the split times there, really Wilmer Selin really gaining the time and is now leading this relay for Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden has been
with Czechia, with France on the big screen, Norway and Sweden. It seems that
closely though with Norway last loop.
And I think we don't see it on the pictures, but just behind him is Norway 1. So Christopher Strondalvik also running there, really close. Probably we will see it now on the pictures because the cameraman will let him. Yeah, so here we have him, Christopher Strondalvik, going with Wilmer Selin. But they have created a small 20 to 25 seconds gap. And of course, you see here, they are helping each other. They can cut some corners of the pads, and they are already on their way up to the third last control.
And especially in the youth categories in the JWOC, we see there's more challenges to this ideal Nordic trio.
Yeah.
Good news that volunteering is
That would be it will be interesting to see how Anders Mogensen will cope with his being in the leads. He seemed very good yesterday on the middle distance. At the part of the course, he was almost, I was talking that he would really get a medal yesterday in the middle distance. In the end, he was 7, just out of the podium, but this gives really good perspective to Sweden. Really good to see. So here, yeah, they will go through the straighter route choice to this second last control. This is the best line into the course, into that control.
Yeah, Sweden were the silver medalists at last year's JWOC. It was Switzerland that won. So Sweden looking to one-up that result this year.
Yeah, but if we go back to the results from that year, there were simply no one that run on that team that is running here this year. So the team was Edvin Nilsson, Axel Barat, and Svante Selin. And Svante Selin is the only one at this JWOC, but he is running for Switzerland, for Sweden too. You saw the small hesitation there by Wilmer Selin, meaning Christopher Rundalvik punched that control before him, and now they are heading back to the arena to the changeover. But with
So
that,
Norway's final leg.
yeah, but with that small mistake, the chasing group really closed in. So I think the cameraman is now going to be a little bit behind. He will let them pass. So we see that Norway is ahead. Right here is Sweden, but just behind them, probably 10 seconds behind them, is the chasing group with Switzerland, Czechia 2, and Finland.
Yeah, so Norway's
here they come.
final leg runner is Jonas Fenner Ingrid.
So here they come.
Looks like he'll go out with a slight lead, just ahead of Hannes Morgensen. So these are your leaders then into the arena, ready for changeover for the final leg. And it's Norway that lead, Sweden in second, Switzerland in third. And if anyone can chase down a gold medal from third place, it's going to be Loic Berger.
Yeah, and he's eager to get the gold medal that he's aiming for at these Junior World Orienteering Championships 2025. Yesterday, silver medal in the middle distance, but I can tell you that with his place on the start list, that silver medal needs to feel as a gold medal, because yeah, if he was starting on the last group, he will have much better lines in the terrain. But here also good for Finland, and now is Rasmus Toirila into the last leg.
Yeah, some big names then on third leg.
And Czechia 1 is also on their way to the finish. At first, Svante Selin, Sweden 2, coming to the changeover. And into the forest will go Odin Ik. Here we have him on the pictures. And Odin Ik on his way to the forest, slightly more than 1 minute behind the leading group. And here comes Erik Exko. Really need to push the pace to give the best starting position for Daniel Bolejovski. Daniel will be less than 2 minutes behind the leading pack. It's a hard job for Daniel Bolejovski, but if anyone can do it, he's the guy for Czechia.
How you felt watching the first leg? I was so proud of him. He really did. What about the expectation for the
Strong finish also for the French team.
And this is France 2 with Nathan Philibert. Good race for him. Also really strong balanced for both of the French team. France 2 is ahead of France 1, but France 1 will be the next to come. Here comes Simon Calandry with the changeover.
Yeah, Antoine Delvaux on the final leg for the French first team.
And this is still a fight for the podium position and for the diploma. Because don't forget that only the top team of each country will be on the final result list. So meaning that France 1 is mainly also fighting with France 2 for the place among the podium today. Looking good for France. And now the second line of runners with Ukraine leading this pack. Really good to see Ukraine. Now Switzerland too. Denmark also in contention up there. And what an amazing performance by Belgium. Still up there, Belgium to 13th position, and Italy. Oh, ho, ho, they have recovered a lot of positions, so they are really now in contention for a final top 10 on this relay, that's for sure.
Yeah, a huge
What?
performance from the Ukrainian athlete there, who went out in 28th position and came back in the top 10.
Yeah,
Absolutely
it's
fantastic
yeah,
performance.
it's a little bit expected because we are talking about Serafin Kovalchuk. Yesterday, we saw him leading that middle distance race for quite some time. So really good race, and in fact, he was even gaining time on the leaders. So we started at the first TV control. He was 3:19 behind the leading pack. In the end, only 3 minutes behind. So yeah, good race again for Serafin Kovalchuk from Ukraine. Yeah, good to see him.
Yeah, I'm also
Now,
excited to see what James Hammond can do here.
yeah, he's also in a good starting position with a good group. So yeah, it could be interesting for Great Britain. For James, it's not the last race of JWOC because he still has one more year to go. Am I right, Ollie?
You're correct, yes.
Yeah, so you see there on the tracking, so the standings at the changeover, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, the top three there on this relay. Czechia too in contention for the medals. These teams only 13 seconds separating them. Then Finland slightly behind, but with Rasmus Torila on the last leg, everything is possible. And then the second pack of runners with Sweden 2, Czechia 1, and from there on, they are, I think, too far behind to fight for the gold medal and even for the medals today. Yeah. Mhm. So back to the forest before this first TV control, and you see that it they were already in the leads, but they had a shorter forking there. Sweden won and Norway won, so they are leading the race with Switzerland slightly behind. Here is Hannes Mogesson alone in the lead. Now Jonas Fenne Ingert for Norway.
Loic Berger is already chasing them down.
And interesting to see different route choices here. And now Loic Berger punching the control right there. Strong fuel orienteering. This is what you need to see. Good flow between the controls. He already knew what to do for the next leg. And I would say that this will be probably the decisive part of the race, the next forking. If someone will exit here with probably 30 seconds advantage, I think it's pretty much game over.
Unless we see some late mistakes, which of course could happen here.
Yeah, they could. And here is Rasmus Toirila together with Czechia. I think it's Thomas Kuchera. Yes, indeed. But they are now more than 1 minute behind the leading teams. And also, different route choice from that control. I honestly do not think that the route choice that they are taking is the best, but yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Sweden's also taken a different route to Switzerland and Norway at this point. So Switzerland and Norway have the long forking, so we're going to expect to see Sweden with a bit of an advantage coming out of this control.
Yeah, so it's a good line now for Anders Mogensen, so he just went a little bit around and then up to the top of the hill, and using that top of the hill to go to his control. There will be no problems for him to get the control rights. So now it's going to be interesting to see what are the standings when they get to that control number 5. We saw that Odinik also passed TV control number one at that third control there, 154 behind. So now we wait for Daniel Wolejowski to pass there. He will be there pretty soon. Yes, he punch, but he's 225 behind. 225 behind, so losing some more seconds to the leading pack. So Finland 1 also going to control number E. Czechia 2 will have the F control. And you see now that there's small gap for Hannes Mogensen, but Switzerland and Norway, they are already running together. So last time JWOC was in Italy, was in 2009, and Oli, I told you that I was coaching the Portuguese team back then. Still the best result ever in the relay for JWOC for Portugal back then, 12 spots. But I remember well, the fight on that JWOC was between Switzerland and Sweden also. And it was between Gustav Bergman and Martin Ubman. So those names for the viewers, you know them quite well. They have been top elite runners for many years. So we never know if we are now here seeing the next generation of top elite athletes.
Yeah, it's exciting to think about the future of these athletes and what they could go on to achieve. I mean, some of them are running in JWOC, did you say?
Yeah. So Daniel Bolejowski will run the World Championship already this year. But still going back to that JWOC, I remember at least on the men's side, there were so many names there. Because I told you about Gustav Bergman and Martin Uban, but also Matthias Kiburs was there. Albin Rietveld was there. So many, Ole Bostrom, so many good names that went up to become really good runners, even in other countries. Artur Spalins from Latvia. So yeah, this is where it all starts when it comes to elite orienteer. There's not so many top elite athletes that go through elites without being a really good junior back in their years. But good race here for Hannes Mogensen. But I could tell you that Loic Berger is really flying out there and closing the gap to Hannes Mogensen.
Yeah, that's exactly what we expected to see from him. He still wants that gold medal from this week, doesn't he?
Yeah. And don't forget that Switzerland are the reigning junior world champions on the relay. The team is almost the same as last year. So last year they had David Bonberger, Loic Berger, and Mathieu Burer. But unfortunately, Mathieu Burer is not running this Junior World Championship due to injury. But here, stepping up Kursin Muller into the team, and they are well in contention for the gold medal there. It seems like with a small mistake from Norway now, it seems like the gold medal today will be between Sweden and Switzerland.
I was wrong when I said that two brothers, Walter and Vilma, are twins. So there is a triplet. We still have here
And then I would make some expectations that the bronze medal, even though Norway is ahead of the others, but if he keeps making these small mistakes, I think Czechia and Finland will catch up with Norway. So the bronze medal fight will be between Norway, Czechia, and Finland.
Yeah, lots of teams then in with a chance of a top 3 spot. And there's also still several runners chasing down a spot on the podium inside the top 6.
sure only of one thing, one way or another, is not only a song of Debbie Harry, one way or another is the best possible way to be here at the finish line. Pretty soon we will have our new gold medals The defending champion of Switzerland are in contention with Berger, and Sweden is in contention with a different team because Eddie
Yeah.
Nelson
And they will go now to the second TV control. We will see them in the pictures pretty soon. We will see Hannes Mogensen and Loic Berger.
On the background of the Swedish flag and is the Swiss team. Then Norway, then maybe Czechia.
Have to say the chasing group also looks like it's catching up some time.
Yeah, so Baliowski is doing some good orienteering. But yeah, compared to Norway, is about 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the bronze medal position that is Norway right now. Again, Finland and Czechia too, they are chasing Norway. Norway has probably 25 to 30 seconds advantage over Finland and Czechia. So he really needs to keep up with his good orienteering if he wants to secure the bronze medal for Norway. He's also still trying to catch up the two leaders, Switzerland and Sweden.
By yourself, the situation, I may say to you that they already.
So Berger then
Yes.
with a 2-second lead,
Yeah, so he's
running
leading the
together
pack.
with
Berger there.
Morgensen.
And he knows that he needs to push the pace because there are strong teams chasing down. So he needs to push the pace up in front. And there is still one forking to go. I'm not sure that who will, which forking each of these teams will have. That is also maybe can create some small differences there, but let's see. Is Norway doing a
Ingrid
mistake?
now
Is
20
he
seconds
doing a
down.
mistake? No, but he's doing a mistake. It's quite clear that he's doing a mistake there. Oh. I think now we will see the corner of the open area there, and he will realize where he is, but he's clearly making a mistake there. There's still one control to punch. Oh.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very costly. Just really poor direction out of number 8.
I
And he's
think
given
most
himself a
likely.
lot of climb as well.
Yeah, but if you look at the map, I can try to understand what he's doing. If you look at the map, you see control 7, 8, and 9. They are like nearly on the straight line, and all of them are rootstocks. So the same control feature for all those 3 controls. I'm pretty sure that he thought that he was already at control number 9 and he's navigating to number 10 already. So yeah, that's a pity. That's a pity for
Yeah,
Norway.
I agree with you there.
Oh.
If he doesn't realise that soon, I think that's going to be a disqualification on the cards.
I don't know, maybe straight to the 10 control. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, this even if you realize it's game over for Norway, it won't be a medal for Norway today on the men's relay. That is very, very clear. It's hard for them. They were really performing quite well, but yeah, this is total game over for Norway today.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's turning around anytime soon, so this looks like it will be
No.
a disqualification.
I think he's very convinced that he's already going on his way to number 10.
Running for the second or maybe the third place.
You see?
Oh, that's a pity to see.
Yeah, he will be definitely going to hit that control. He will think that everything is okay. Maybe he made some small direction mistake exiting 9, but in fact he was navigating from 8 to 10.
Yeah, that'll be a shock when he finishes. Because he may well finish ahead of Czechia and Finland and think that he's in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, for sure. But the news also is that we are only looking here for the tracking, and we think, okay, so now the bronze medal fight is between Czechia 2 and Finland 1. But you see the direction out of the control from Czechia 2 and Finland 1 to number 10 is clearly not the best. And behind them comes Daniel Boleowski, and Boleowski is doing a really nice line into control number 10. So he's closing the gap there. He's now only 20 seconds down from the bonus medal position. So nice race by Daniel Boleowski. And again, here for the people in Finland that are hearing for us, shout out. He's running for Kalevan Rusty in Finland. And they have been really pushing his good results in social media. So shout out there for the coaches and especially for Jere Pajonen that says that he has the right attitude and is here really proving that he was so far behind at the changeover and here still bringing Czechia into contention for the bronze medal.
So Morgensen still running alongside Berger. This is really going to be a big battle in the final part of this course. Berger outperformed Morgensen yesterday at the middle.
I think if it comes down to a sprint finish, especially with the last control or the second last control being so many running on the path, I think there's no chance for Sweden, but we'll see. I would be surprised if Hannes Mogensen could beat Loic Berger on a sprint finish, but still there's a lot of orienteering controls ahead, and there's a really important forking coming up next.
Yeah, now they head into the vague section of forest.
Before they still have the forking, Oli. So
Of course.
That is where I think now something can happen. I think that if they have, and they have different forking air, but yeah.
So
again,
this should really benefit
this is looking,
Loic Berger.
this is looking good for Switzerland. And this is bad for Hannes Mogensen because he will have to fight a lot to get back in contention for the gold medal here. Yeah.
And you can also see now the Czech 1 team with Daniel Bolachowski has caught up to that group with Finland and Czech 2.
Yeah, but for that group, it's quite interesting because they have all the same forking there. All of them have control G. So if they go to the G control, then they have the same part of the forest to run in. So it's going to be quite fair between them.
This could be the final decision. But first of all, Lucas Jonas Svenne
Jonas Svenne here into third position here, but we know what happened in the forest. Unless it is a huge GPS mistake, that I don't think it is. This is like bronze medal out for Norway. And here Czechia 2, Tomas Kuchera really closing in Norway. And you'll see now Boleowski and Rasmus Toirila. Here comes Daniel Boleowski, punching. Really strong race by Boleowski so far. And this is Rasmus Toirila for Finland. So the fight for the bronze medal between the two Czech teams and Finland.
Because Loic Berger already took the road choice for the 14 control.
And Boleowski, out of everybody, is the one that is running faster. At TV1, he was 225 behind and now 152 behind. So meaning that he's running faster than the two leaders, Loic Berger and Hannes Mogensen. And you see now the small gap for Loic Berger due to that forking there.
Running uphill to the 14th control, that stone in the south corner of the marsh. Then they have to cross that area, and we will see at the spectacle control with our clocks, with our eyes, which is the gap.
Yeah, it's not ideal when this happens on the relay.
Neck on neck.
The forking making these
And the road choice
differences, but yeah, now there's some also some possibility for Hannes Mogensen. You saw the line into the control by Hannes Mogensen was much better than Loic Berger, so we will close in on this gap. That's quite clear. The gap should be around 25 seconds. No, less than 25 seconds. So good line for Hannes Mogensen. Okay, now he got the route choice. He was thinking about going to the pad, but that is too far around to go to this control number 15. This control 15, really tricky control there on this diffuse area, so there's time to lose there.
Yeah, I got to be so accurate through that section, make sure there's minimal time loss, really, really accurate on the compass bearing.
Maybe you recognize that area, that was the deciding part of the competition.
And then
Obviously,
not long until we expect to see them in the arena for the run-through.
Yeah, but now we are waiting for the next teams to come, and even though they had the same forking, there's now some gaps here. Of course, we'll see Norway first. Oh, and he's slightly lost there. Now he got it. And Norway had the shorter forking, so they will be in a clear third position. If we still count them, of course. We know that he didn't punch control number 9. And now let's see who will come to this fight for the bronze. Will it be Czechia 2? Will it be Czechia 1? Or will it be Finland?
Yeah, this could be quite awkward for the Norwegian team on the run-through. I wonder if his teammates will tell him what he's done.
Yeah, so here the two Czech teams fighting for bronze, pretty much together. Of course, for Czechia, it doesn't matter if it's team 1 or 2, they just want to get a medal there. So, meaning that this is Odinik, also running quite well. Of course, they are second team, so they don't count. But here Rasmus Toirila, and is now 30 seconds out of the bronze medal. Here Loic Berger through the arena, all alone. Looking very, very good for the main favorites of the day, Switzerland. They are the reigning junior relay world champion in the men's class, and they are here proving again that they can perform. Now should come Hannes Mogensen. Let's see if he's increasing. He's losing some more seconds here. He will be more than 30 seconds behind. I think he will be around 40 seconds behind.
Yeah, he's starting to look really, really tired as he goes into this last part of the course. I mean, it's a hard task to keep up with Berger.
Where is he going? He should go through the arena. It's a mandatory marked route. No. Okay, come on. It's mandatory marked route. You need to follow it. Yes, now he goes. But some more seconds here. And he's clearly out of the battle for the gold medal. So unless something dramatic happens on the last controls for Loic Berger, Switzerland will again be the junior world champions on the relay on the men's side.
Mogensen then chasing down Berger on the last part of this course. Has he got the legs to try to close the gap?
Yeah, I think
it's going to be a very hard task.
Honestly, I think he doesn't have the legs. We understood that from the pictures. That it will not be physically that he will beat Loic Berger, but it's orienteering. Some mistakes can happen for Loic Berger, so Hannes Mogensen just needs to keep his orienteering together and see if some mistakes happen in the front, then he will overtake and he will get a gold medal.
So Ingrid then thinking that he's in third spot. Unfortunately, we know that he did miss out number 9. And this is the real third spot then. The Czechia team.
And how crazy it is, the fight for the bronze medal position. 2 Czech teams just there together. Tomasz Kuchera, Daniel Bolejowski, just running together there. And one of these teams will get the bronze medal. Here is Odinik.
It is only 20 seconds down from that bronze medal spot. So again, still in contention for a medal here. It's all going to be down to execution of the final legs.
Well, if we count Hannes Mogensen, there will not be medal for Sweden too, because only one. The one that is in contention still is Rasmus Sorila, but you see that, yeah, physically it's not there, so he will not get any type of gap unless. Oh, and you saw the mistake there, so they are running together. Ha ha ha! Oh oh oh! This is orienteering. Mistake by Loic Berger to control number 17. And now it's Sweden in front of the relay. So, in fact, he was a little bit lucky because he could see Hannes Mogensen punching the control. And now Sweden and Switzerland are running together.
So it may well come down to a sprint finish at the end.
Yeah.
You can't have a relay without some drama, and this is going to be a fantastic finish to the men's race.
If it was up to me, and if I was Loic Berger, I would just keep with Hannes Mogensen until I get to the paved road and then just run. Because, you don't want to risk. You see the mistake there? This very vague area. It was so close to the control. And then Hannes Mogensen just caught up and they are now running together.
Yeah, just a small miss there, but very, very costly in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it's only seconds separating them, so every small mistake, then the other one will see the back of them, and then they run together. But,
and it looks like Berger's already put down some pace here to try and drop the Swede.
Yeah, but I think that he just needs to focus more than in speed, is in being in control with his orienteering and getting the controls right. I know that he wants to keep the pace up, because he knows that if the pace is up, it's looking much better for him, but he should really focus in orienteering, getting control number 19, control number 20, getting to that paved roads on a good direction out of 20, and then from there on, he can push the pace. Otherwise, there will be mistakes, and Hannes Mogensen coming from behind, if he's clever, then he could use those mistakes. And you see that Hannes Mogensen always here doing better lines between the controls. He's cutting slightly to this control number 19, so he'll do less distance to punch that 19 compared with Loic Berger.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Berger needs to almost slow down and control his orienteering better, because we know he's got the pace for a sprint finish at the end.
Yeah. In the end, this is orienteering. This is what we like to see this, but this is orienteering. You need to find your route between the controls. So they are punching control number 19 now. So only 2 controls to go and different route choice out of control 19. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, this is going to get very, very exciting. It's all about strategy here. Do you keep with the other person and wait to pounce at the end, or do you try and do your own thing to get ahead?
Yeah,
it's very similar to knockout sprint orienteering in a way.
Yeah, but again, I don't understand why Loic Berger is trying to push the pace. He knows that Hannes Mogensen is doing good orienting. So look, now he's behind. So he's behind Hannes Mogensen. He should really be taking care about his orienteering. And even though he's now seeing the back, he needs to look about the exit, and both of them, the exit from control 20, there are seconds to lose there, because if you take the wrong direction, you will lose some seconds going to the pave area, and the other one with a better line into the corner of that pave area and get some seconds. But it's looking like a sprint finish, Ollie.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. So almost a repeat of last year in a way, where it's between Switzerland and Sweden for the gold and the silver. Which way round will it be this year?
And again, look, again, they are splitting up. I totally do not understand the strategy from Loic Bechet. He should really keep with the back of Hannes Mogensen. Yeah, we should try to go with the pictures and see. Again, better line for Hannes Mogensen, out of control 20, and will orienteering make the gold medalist in the relay. Will better lines between the control prevail for Sweden, or will it be Switzerland with the fastest running time by Loic Berger? Now it's all down to the running. Both of them are running. It's looking very good for Sweden. It's looking very good for Hannes Mogensen. He really needs to push the pace all the way. Oh, this is crazy. And it may well be a gold medal for Sweden. Amazing performance. Amazing orienteering by Hannes Mogensen. And Sweden will be the relay junior world champion. Amazing. That is what you like to see. This is really what you like to see. Good orienteering all around and gold medal for Sweden. Wow. I'm so hyped, Ollie. Sorry.
That got quite exciting. So Sweden won, are the new junior world champions ahead of Switzerland. I mean, what a run there from the final leg, Morgensen. He's just played that absolutely brilliantly, and Loic Berger potentially panicking, just trying to think, where can I get the speed in here to get ahead? And it was the orienteering, the fine navigation that really benefited the Swedes there. And look what it means to them. They are so thrilled. So it's gold medals for Sweden, silver medal for Switzerland, and we're going to have to wait and see who will take the bronze.
But I can tell you that it's experienced by Loic Berger. I think it's a really shout out, and it's a well-deserved medal for Hannes Mogensen and for Sweden, because he was doing much better orienteering on this last loop. He was getting the controls on a really good fashion there, so he deserved this. But when Loic Berger closed down the gap at that second last control, he should just kept with the back and close to Hannes Mogensen. He did a really bad line out of control 20, and like we told you, you really need to take care about your orienteering all the way to the finish. Is this just not just running in orienteering? You need to take care of the compass. You need to take care of the map. You need to take care of your route choices. Same thing that is happening now for the fight for the bronze medal, because there was a mistake for the second last control by Czechia 1 and 2. Norway caught up, but Daniel Bolejowski with a better line out of control 20 into the path is now coming to the finish to get another medal for himself and another medal for Czechia. Will be bronze medal, that is for sure.
Yeah, he's got enough of a gap here to know that that medal is his. He's not getting caught there through the last control, and this is a pretty simple finish then for Daniel Bolejowski to take the bronze medal for the Czech team.
Yes, so it's a bronze medal for Czech. Well deserved a bronze medal for Daniel Bolejowski, running a very secure last leg for Czechia 1. So they get the bronze there. Then Czechia 2 finished in fourth, but they will not count to the general classification. Norway coming in. Yeah, we need to see the download of the SD card to be totally sure, but we feel like Norway will be disqualified. It didn't punch control number 9. Also, strong race for Odinik, Sweden 2, finishing here into 6th spot. Also not in the overall results.
So still waiting to see who will receive the diplomas. We have 4th, 5th and 6th still to decide.
Exactly, so now this is the critical moment that I want to see when he puts the SD card in there. And what happens here in our system? Yeah, he missed punch. Yeah, okay, so we were correct, unfortunately.
I think this is him realizing as well. I don't think he knew.
You, that
Oh,
is the
that must be
expression. Yeah,
so disappointing.
yeah, yeah. So he now knows what he has done. We have seen it. He went from control 8 to control 10. It's a pity for him. It's going to be some hard minutes. But yeah, he was doing some good orienteering and he leaves Italy with the gold medal in the sprints. Now the sprint finish and look at this.
Oh my
Martin
goodness!
What a
That
recovery.
is so impressive.
Yeah, first we got Rasmus Torila coming into 4th spot for Finland, and now a diploma for Hungary. 5th spot. What a recovery for Martin Chobot. He started below 20, 15 at the first TV control. At the finish, 5th spot for him. Diploma for Hungary, and then Antoine Derlot for France 1, finishing the last spot in the podium in 6th position for France.
It was so sweet because there was no marsh here.
Excellent. Very clean navigation throughout the third leg. Can you manage?
He was in 15th position at TV1, Chobot, and he's come back to take a diploma. That is incredible.
Yeah. And his brother, Mihaly Chobot, had the changeover at 17 spot. So they were 4 minutes and 19 seconds behind the leaders, and they finish up 4:32 behind. So meaning that Martin Chobot was running on the pace similar to the leading teams, even though he was far behind the pack.
Or did you feel threatened?
Also, really strong run by Belgium, and Belgium ends up in 7 spots. So, fantastic result for the Belgium. 7th position on the final results for them. That is really good to see. Then 8th position for Denmark's Niels Dolgaard, finishing in 8th. Of course, you are seeing the graphic saying that Denmark is 11. We are trying to give you the final results, discounting the second teams. But Belgium, 7th spot for them. And this is, in fact, the best result ever for Belgium at the Junior World Orienteering Championships. So good to see how good the Belgian runners were doing today.
French second team then. And Italy's team. Wow, fantastic result for the Italians.
Yeah, so they were going to be 9. So top 10 results for Italy. 9 spots in the men's relay.
So here's a replay of the mistake from Norway. You can see he just got ahead of himself, thinking he was at number 9 there, planning too far ahead, and just went straight to 10.
Yeah.
A fantastic execution of the rest of the course, just not that leg.
Yeah, and it's amazing how he could really hit that control well, meaning that he was thinking that he was leaving somewhere else. So, yeah, pity for Jonas van der Ingert. And Italy here, with his 9th position, will equal the best ever result in a JWOC relay. That was in 2007 in Australia.
And then
So,
this is
yeah,
going to be
really
a
good run.
battle for the top 10. James Hammond ahead. And I think, Great Britain will take 10th spot at the finish. Running with Finn Salmadugid and Adam Methven.
You knew you had to catch up.
A great run from James Hammond. A couple of late mistakes maybe, but finishing into 10th spot if you discount the second teams.
So it's a good top 10 for them. Also good to see Estonia, 11th spot for Estonia. Of course, Estonia already has been junior world champion in the relay back in 2006 in Lithuania with Marcus Mihail and Timo Sild as the anchor leg runner. So Spain here into Poland, position number 12 in the end. Spain position number 12. Slovakia, position number 13, missing Filip Jancic. And Germany, also good run for Germany, position number 14 for them. 9 minutes off the pace of the new junior world champions, Sweden. Ludwig Rosen, Wilmer Selin, Hannes Mogensen. Well-deserved victory, well-deserved gold medal for Switzerland, for Sweden, with this better orienteering compared with Switzerland.
Yeah, it was a very dramatic last loop, wasn't it? But yeah, Loic Berger just getting ahead of himself. I think he really underestimated the challenge and complexity of that last section. And it was Sweden who took advantage and took the gold.
Stiamo parlando della nona posizione per l'Italia, il netto della squalifica che ha coinvolto la Norvegia e delle doppie rappresentative e quindi
So we've got about a 20-minute break then until the start of the women's relay. So we'll get to see the rest of the runners finish, but here then are the final results. Sweden with the gold, Switzerland just behind in second, and Czechia won with Daniel Bolachowski on that final leg to catch up that time to take the bronze medal. Of course, for the final results, the second teams will be discounted. It must be agonizing for the Norwegian team after that missed control.
Yeah, it's a pity for them. It's a pity for Jonas Van Ingerd, but it happens when you are running at such a high speed with pressure of the other ones. This type of things happen. So now this is the replay of the last leg of the relay. So Sweden went out in first position. They were getting the shorter working there to control number 8, but then Loic Berger really pushing the pace hard. Even though he had the longer parking to this D, he was really catching up with Hannes Mogensen. And from control number 6, they were pretty much running together. And then here they were running together to this number 7, to number 8, and you see back there how far behind Daniel Bolachowski is, and he will still climb into the bronze medal. But in front, Switzerland and Sweden running together. And then we will see that Switzerland will have the shorter forking here, and they will have this small gap. And Hannes Mogensen had to work a little bit here to try and close the gap. But when they were passing at, and here safe route choice by Loic Berger, when they were passing here at the arena, it thinks that it was all over, also because the hesitation of Hannes Mogensen leaving the arena there. But then mistake here by Loic Berger, and Hannes Mogensen just caught with him. And they were running together, but here I think it's a rookie mistake by Loic Berger. He was just trying to do his own orienteering, and he exits control number 20 on a really bad way, managing to get a gap for Hannes Mogensen, and he was able to outsprint Loic Berger and get a gold medal for him, get a gold medal for Sweden. And
We're
here the
with the
interview
new
with the
world
winners.
champion in the forest relay, Max Orsberg. You ran the first leg. How was it? Yeah, it was really good. My plan was to like do the orienteering, and I know that it would be a lot of of running, so I stick to my plan and felt like I could have control over my own.
Okay, so you started a bit from behind. How was your second leg?
It was really good. I just tried to keep my cool all the way, and I ran almost perfectly technically, so I'm really happy with the race.
How about the pressure?
It was not that bad. I just tried to keep the cool, and I managed that really good.
Okay, so you made it for your team. How was the third leg and the final one?
It was really tough. I wasn't really prepared to go out in the lead. These two did extremely well, so I just tried to do my own race, take my controls. Then Loic catched me around the 7th, 10th control, I think, and he was really, really strong. And yeah, I couldn't really catch up with him. So yeah, and then I made a really typical mistake for me at the arena passage. I don't know. I think I was really tired, but then at the last loop, I think I made a mistake at the first control, and we got together. And then I just thought, I know how good I am in the finish. A really, really strong finish, I think I have. So just try to stay cool, play cool until the last control, and then I just pushed like hell. Yeah.
Yesterday you said you didn't like the course. What about today? Was it better?
I don't know really what to say. I think it was better, but still, yeah, not maybe the best area. But it was better today. It was, yeah.
What are your plans for the next days? Are you just gonna rest or party or whatever are you gonna do?
Yeah, now it's party tonight, so it'll be fun.
And what are your next goals for this season?
I believe it's first O-ringen, and then we go to JWOC.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
So now correcting the interview, Ludwig Rosen, Wilmer Selin, Hannes Mogensen, the new world champions in the relay for Sweden. And of course, when you ask the juniors what they are going to do next, they are going to party hard this evening at the party for JWOC. But here, gold medal for Sweden, silver medal for Switzerland, and the bronze for Czechia. And Oli, it was very interesting to hear about the conversation about Hannes Mogensen. Yeah, he was really not waiting to go out in the lead. And after the first leg of the race, Ludwig Rosen came in 7th spots, but he was like 52 seconds behind. So it was a fantastic job on the third leg for Wilmer Selin, really bringing Sweden to the lead. And then Hannes Mogensen, yes, he struggled with the physical part. Loic Berger was running faster pace out there in the forest, but yeah, rookie mistake there on those last controls.
Yeah, Morgensen really ran his own race. You can hear that in his interview as well, really focusing on himself. And I think Loic Berger was more focusing on the other athlete. He wasn't focusing on his race. He was focusing on how he could get ahead of the Swede. And I just think that was the wrong shout there.
Yeah.
I think, Morgensen really rewarded there for keeping his cool, focusing on execution and reaping the rewards from that.
Yeah, especially focusing on the execution, because Loic Berger we saw for control 90 and 20. For 90, he already had the wrong entrance to the control, so he was losing some seconds there into the control. And Hannes Mogensen, in control of his orienteering, he entered that 19 quite well, and he exits the control right well, because Loic Berger punched 19 in front of Hannes Mogensen, and then Hannes just had a really smooth line from there to the path, and he was in front. Then Loic Berger managed to physically get up with Hannes Mogensen. They were punching the second last control together, but then again, no control over his own orienteering, and Hannes Mogensen better line into the paths and better sprint finish, managing to get this gold medal for Sweden.
Yeah, fantastic team result there. Really, really great performances on every single leg for the Swedes.
J'espère, faut toujours se faire sélectionner, c'est jamais fait en présentation. Mais ouais, j'espère.
So we still have like 10 minutes before we focus, before the start of the women's race. We will go to, in a few minutes, we will start with the broadcast focused on the women relay. Also very exciting, that women relay. Unfortunately, Oli, some bad news regarding one of the favorite teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, the injury to Jankamika's is going to mean that she can't run today. I believe it's an ankle injury that happened in the warm-up before her race yesterday. So that's a big hit for Hungary, who were one of the contenders for the medals, but they're losing one of their big runners on that team. So it doesn't look like they will be up there. I mean, they could prove us wrong completely. Of course,
Yeah,
they've got Mara Marosi on that last leg, and we all know what she can do.
This is a 3-women race, not a 1-minute race. It would be even hard for them to get to the medals because they have Bosda Virag on the first leg, and she would need to not lose so much time, so then Janka Mikes and Rita Mara Moroshi could come in contention for the medals. So even at the original setup, it will be very hard for them. But now without Mikes, I think they don't have a chance to fight for the medals with so many good teams out there today. But we never know. This is orienteering, and as we've seen, everything can happen when we are doing orienteering.
Yeah, well, look what Rita Maramosi managed to do yesterday, clawing back that time. So you can't rule anything out, but again, it is a shame to see an injury to one of their runners, and we wish her a speedy recovery.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I'm not sure if some of them are going to the World Championship. So the entries, the name entries for the World Championship are due for some days from now. So try to see if I can see if either Janka Mikes or Rita Mara Moroshi will run a World Championship. Try to see if I can see it. No, so none of them will run it. It'll be Shazila Gardroni, Victoria Mag, Domenica Mero, and Sofia Sarkozy on the women's side for Hungary.
So who are our other favourites then for the women's competition?
Well, of course, probably the biggest favorites are Czechia. Would be very surprised if they are not up there. Of course, they were also favorite on the men's side, and we saw what was going on. But first, we never discount Finland. Again, this Finnish team, Eli Punto, Virma Pelika, Evalina Ojanaho, they have been really winning relays for such a long time. 3 AOCs in a row. They are the world champions in the JWOC relay from last year, so they are really one of the favorites. Here the course for the women, 5.3 kilometers course, slightly shorter than the men, 190 meters of climbing. And you will see that the setup of the course is quite similar to the setup of the guys, but they have a shorter loop in the beginning. So you see the same arena, same starting point. The first controls are exactly the same, so that same forking on the beginning of the course. Then they get together for control number 2, so they don't have that second control there that the man had. And this second control is, as we've seen, TV control. And the same forking on that hillside before they go straight to those rootstock controls. And then here, some forking for the women. on this part of the uphill before they join again to the 30V control at control number 8. And the same forking also there on the slope. And of course here on the map, you think that you can go through that marshy area, but that marshy area is out of bounds. So from control 9 to 10, you need to go around the paths to hit the same control 10 as in the man. Then the arena passage, and the last loop is exactly the same last loop as the man, except that they will cut from control 14 to 15, so they don't have that control 18 up there, meaning that on this 14 to 15, there can be some very interesting route choices going on. I think that most likely all of them will go to the paths to the north of the control, but we have to wait and see.
So 5 minutes to go then until the mass start. So they're walking out then into their starting positions. Lots of teams then lined up. I believe there's about 58 teams. And we will have a look at the front row. But Bruno, I agree with you that Czechia and Finland are up there with the strongest teams alongside Switzerland and of course Sweden.
Sweden with Alva Björk, Freya Järne on the 2 last legs. Signe Hordegård will out in first position. Here Portugal with Leonor Ferreira, beam number 21.
So Finland, last year's champions, will wear bib number 101.
And it's exactly the same team as last year. So 3 minutes to the start, so we'll have this presentation of the top teams. And it's so interesting to see that for Finland, the reigning junior world champions, they have same team, same lineup, Eli Punto, Virma Pelika, Evelina Ojanaho. The last time these 3 girls will run together in the Junior World Orienteering Championships.
So it's Maria Ella for Estonia, and here for Denmark got Frida Karna Grus.
Now
For Great Britain, Emily Atkinson, her first JWOC, running today with Imi Peters and Isabel Howard. For Australia, it's Nia Shingler. She's had a fantastic JWOC so far. Iga Mikula for Poland on first leg. And for Germany, we've got Marlene Fritz. For France, it's Alice Mecher that starts on first leg. And it's Rachel Baker on first leg for New Zealand. Ilse Jumaka lines up on the start line for Latvia. And Bodza Virag Guernsey for Hungary. Signe Hordegård for the Swedish team. And it's Henrietta Rajakovsky who will run first leg for Switzerland. For Czechia, it's Hanna Vitkova, running with Victoria Skachova and Lucy Ditrikova. For Norway, it's Sigrid Schmidt-Gran on first leg. And the defending champions have Eli Punto on first leg for Finland. It's going to be an exciting race, I'm sure.
And she's looking really hyped. Again, it's the last dance for this team Finland. They were winning JWOC relay 3 times in a row. They won the Junior World Orienteering Championships relay last year. So this is a dream team. Last dance for them. Will they be able to get the gold medal. It's going to be hard against Czechia, Anna Vitkova, Victoria Shkafashova, Lucia Didrikova. Strong team by Czechia.
So they are about to head off. And they are off then into the forest for the final race then of JWOC 2025, the women's relay. And the defending champions are Finland with the exact same team this year.
Some pictures being taken. Good atmosphere at the arena for this last competition of JWOC 2025, the women relay.
And please not forget that in the women relay, everything may happen.
So they're on the start line. And it's again similar start of the race, so they will go running on this path for a few meters and then off through the forest. You see, good to see Australia there punching the pace also. This is a quite good team for Australia. Nia Schindler running the first leg, then Milaki on second leg. And to finish up the relay for Australia, Erika Enderby. They would be happy with the top 10 performance. You see there, so it's Australia, Czechia, Switzerland, Denmark, Finland here, Sweden, and for sure some more runners in the pack there.
Quite a long run out then to burst control, but we'll be able to again bring you GPS tracking throughout the race.
And it's a good start there for Frida Carnegros, keeping up with leaders. But you see already pushing the pace in front, Anna Vitkova. But now they need to be careful with the exit from the path to this first control. It's always quite hard to be running so long in the path and then going out of the path into the terrain. Sometimes you are a little bit rusty with your orienteering and you make mistakes. Imagine this with the pressure of having 58 other teams running around you on JWOC relay. On a completely different direction, and if I'm not wrong, Henry Karajikowski in the middle. So Anna Vitkova there in the leads, and we also saw who is that one? Better line there into the control. Is it Croatia? I think it is Croatia. Yes, indeed. I've been surprised by Croatia so far. Some runners really doing good results. And you saw there leading with a better line into that control. Croatia team 1 is Doria Salopek running the first leg for Croatia. They have a strong team. Doria Salopek and then the Delic brothers, Sara running second leg and Dora running the third leg. Following France. And for the women, this first to second control really has this interesting route choice, because if you take the A control, I think it's much better to do what Czechia is doing. It's just dropping down to the pads and running around in the pads around there. If you take B and C controls, you should keep up on the top of the slope and then dropping down to the pads. But I think that this may be slightly longer, the route choice going to control B or C. Meaning that in the first TV control, at control number 2, I think we will have Czechia leading this relay.
In the first group for Croatia. Here in the background we have Croatia with a possible long podium. Why not better than the long podium with Doria Salopek, with Sara and
Again, it's a good start by Doria Salopek.
but look at how fast
This is Henriette Radzikovski. And we are seeing the girls that have went up to the B or C forking. So they will be here easily 30 seconds behind the leading pack. But it's not only running speed by Vitkova, also the forking here playing a small role on making this difference on the runners. And here is Eli Punto. Now huge.
Yeah, just like we saw in the men's competition, we won't see the group separate for a little while, but eventually they will really start to space out.
Yeah, but I think that Anna Vitkova should be at... Anna Vitkova already passed this TV control. And now Doria Salopek again. What a really nice start of a race for her. But don't forget that these are the runners that they went to the A forking. Meaning that they are in front since it was slightly shorter to go to that control. And now Radzikovski. And Radzikovski is the one that went to the other forking there. So they are 30 seconds behind. Eli Punto here. Good start of the race for her. Norway won there. Nia Schindler passing in Australia. 37 seconds behind. Italy, good start. 42 seconds behind. And I think this is Spain. Sweden too, passing there. Ukraine passing there, 55 seconds behind.
And next we go into another forked section.
Now the second pack of runners, and this is Spain, Great Britain, Germany won up there, Portugal won, Leonor Ferreira, Turkey won. They are 1 minute and 30 seconds behind. Australia 2 and Estonia won. Maria Eller, not the best start of the race for her. But again, here it's important to mention that this first forking can really play a role on the times that the runners are passing there. So Czechia going to control D.
So this means we might see them drop back a little bit. She might lose that lead that she had.
Honestly, on the case of the women, not sure if it makes such a big difference. First, because you see that it's not the same control as in the men. In the men, this control D was further south. It was on the re-entrance on the top of the hill to the south. And then when you go to the forking control to number 4, you have that impassable cliff there. And you need to go around impassable cliff. So they will need to drop to the open area. And then from the open area, use a little bit of the path and then into control number 4. Meaning that, yeah, it won't make so much of a difference. And I think that here, most likely, the E will be the longest forking here. And probably the D forking here will be the fastest one. And you see that the gap from Anna Vitkova is growing bigger and bigger. because if you take the D root choice, the D forking or the D gaffling, if trying to use some correct English, you will go to the path. You can use the path already and go all around the hill to the path, and then from the corner of the path you attack the control. It's quite easy. You have that open area just close to the control. So yeah, this for me this seems to be the best forking. But there, if we zoom in into that pack of runners there are some runners making mistakes there, going to the wrong forking. I can tell you that, for example, Croatia was caught going to the wrong forking there. Yeah, so
And
probably
you're right about Czechia extending that lead.
Yeah, this is very clear. It's more than 30 seconds. They are already punching the control there, all alone. And again, if they keep it like this, it's going to be a breeze in the park for Czechia. Anna Vitkova doing really good orienteering, but again, don't forget that she is taking the shorter forkings already in the first leg of the race. And of course, that is not ideal. It's best to have it on the third leg. And following her is a pack of runners. She's now trying to look for control number 5. I think she has seen it.
Together with the Finnish one, then Hungary.
No? This is drama because she's lost. She is not on the right spot, I may tell you. Now she understands the mistake that she's doing. She is now going to the control. Probably she has seen the flag. Yeah, but you see the line of runners now, meaning that now there's a pack of runners in the leads. So it's Henriette Radzikovski and Switzerland leading this race. So we have already passing at this second TV control. Henriette Radzikovski, Switzerland is leading the race. Then Anna Vitkova, Rachel Good, Alice Mera, and Gabina Rinkute. So this means Switzerland, Czechia, Switzerland, France, Lithuania, Denmark also up there. Frida Carnegrus, really strong start of the race for her. And also strong start by Italy.
Yeah. Commentators curse there, Bruno. You saying that it's going to be a breeze for Croatia, and then we see a mistake.
Yeah.
So this is the start of the race then from the first leg of the Hungarian team, and I think we actually saw quite a lot of runners doing this mistake.
Yeah, on the GPS tracking you can really understand this mistake. There were so many runners going to the wrong forking there, and so yeah, it's going to be a challenge for Rita Maramaroshi to really grab and bring Hungary into a good spot. But honestly, I don't want to curse things. But from the GPS, this is quite serious, because I think from the GPS tracking, you see the line of Anna Vitkova. I don't think that she went to control number 6. Same mistake as Jonafena Ingert. I don't think that she has gone to control number 6.
We'll definitely have to keep that in mind.
Really. I don't think she has done the same mistake. Again, for the viewers that have the possibility to open the GPS tracking, you can see like you have these 3 controls in the row, and the 3 controls, all of them are in the root sock. So it is very easy with attention that you think, okay, I'm already at control number 6. It's exactly the same feature, but yeah, I don't think that she has gone there. Hopefully it's a GPS mistake, because we want to see all the top teams fighting for the gold medal, but I don't think that she has gone to that control.
Yeah, we won't know for sure until she downloads after she finishes and hands over to second leg. But that certainly, yeah, looks like a big error there for the Czech team. I mean, surely she'd noticed that she was no longer with the pack.
Yeah, but I think, and you should have this sort of focus. When you are running a relay, obviously you need to use the other ones around you, but you need to do your own orienteering. If you are not in control of what you are doing, easily you can get tricked, go to a wrong control, go to the wrong gaffling, and then you are totally out of the race. So you need to be doing your own orienteering. And I think that she was very focused on it. Probably she was a little bit stressed because she made the mistake to that control number 5, and she was all alone in the lead, and suddenly she was in the pack of runners, and then she made that mistake exiting the control wrong. Probably she thought that she was already at number 6. So here the replay,
So
and you can see it on the picture. So she made the mistake, she got to that vegetation area, thought that she was in the control, and here she started to go up the slope already. So honestly, I don't think that she has gone. We see the GPS for Switzerland is quite accurate, and we can clearly see that she passed control number 6. But for Czechia, I think that they were not at control 6. But we need to wait until the changeover to confirm this.
So that group is starting to split up.
And we
A
have the
bit of a
two,
gap emerging.
yeah, the two Swiss teams really pushing in the front. Henriette Radzikovski and Rachel Goods. And also very good for France and for Alice Mera.
Yeah, it's a great French team running
with,
with Lyon and Fanny Delahaye.
And I was so hyped about Fanny Delahaye, and I think that she's really, really a talent. She's doing much better performances this year at the Junior World Championship compared to last year. But I had some chats with Eva Jurenikova, coaching the French team, and she told me that last year she was having some health issues, like some iron deficiency. So yeah, and also some self-confidence. And this year she's getting it all back together. And she's training quite a lot on Clermont-Ferrand, Pôle de France, and yeah, she's definitely a name that we should look out to the future. If she can keep up with a good and positive feeling and positive growth throughout the years, I think she can be a big star in the future. Maybe we have Thierry Giorgio on the women's side, and we will have a lot of talks about Fanny Delahaye in the future. Oh, what a beautiful forest here. What a beautiful forest here. To this control number 8. We have seen this before, but not with such an open plan. But here you come. You see Anna Vitkova leading the pack there to this control number 8. And behind, you see the two red and white jerseys of Switzerland. I think this is Rachel Good. Yes, Switzerland 2. And just behind will come Henriette Radzikovski for Sweden, for Switzerland 1. Here she is. And then Alice Mera for France 1. Yes, first, I think this is a mixed team. And it is Gabija Rikute from Lithuania, really running quite well. And Alice Mera really taking the time to read the map there. And who is coming next? It's Denmark. Really good run for Frida Kornegrus. And she's 52 seconds behind the leader, Anna Vitkova. And now the reigning junior world champion, Eli Punto. Going to the control there. Small mistake. the route choice here, obviously not ideal to go to this control number 8. And she's now 1.5 minutes behind the leaders. Still a good run
Running.
for Dorja Salopek, and also Sweden and Norway passing there.
Yeah, interesting to see the Finnish, Swedish, and Norwegian teams all over a minute down. They're some of the teams that you'd expect to see out the front. Eve Buckley from Ireland running in the mixed team, having a fantastic run here.
Slovenia is a country that has everything to produce really good orienteers, because they have so many wonderful forests, so many good maps, that we really hope to have a top elite orienteer from Slovenia in the next years. Would be very nice to see internationally. And here, Czechia won, having the longer forking, meaning that they are running together with Switzerland too in the front of the pack.
Yeah, that's real good. And it looks like they've got a bit more of a gap now than they did before the forking.
Yeah, so the gap now is about 1 minute. On my screen, I have it with 30 seconds, and I think it's double that. So I think that it's about 1 minute gap for Rachel Good. But again, Rachel Good had this shorter forking age control compared with Radzikovsky. Radzikovsky had to go to the G control, and that control is clearly the worst one to have. Is the one that is further down the slope, is longer to run. So yeah, that's why she's a little bit behind. But the second group comes with Radzikovsky and Frida Carnegruz and Gabia Rinkute. And we will see the leaders on the TV control next.
Maybe not as per our starting list. Janka Mikes yesterday.
So then they go into the dense section of forest. Again, you can see from the photo there just how different this section of forest is compared to the open section that they've just been running in. So they really have to adapt their technique as they enter the low visibility.
Yeah, and they are making some small detour there. But now I think they have seen the control. And Vitkova alone in the leads, and you'll see Switzerland there. Rachel Good closing on the gap. And those are the two leading teams, and here Switzerland will take the route choice in the path. It was quite clear by the exit of the control from Rachel Good. And the next group will come in within 30 seconds time, but they are a little bit too far up in the slope there. They will be probably 1 minute behind the leaders.
You may see that there is some gap now.
They are going to be 1 minute behind the leaders. The next group with Denmark, Switzerland, France won, also trying to close in there. But a good line into this control from Norway, Sweden, Ukraine, and Czechia too. So it's going to be a pack of runners probably there. Let's see who will find the control. And it's Henriette Radzikovsky. 1 minute, 15 seconds behind the leaders. And Gabija Rinkute from Lithuania. This is Frida Carnegruz from Denmark. Now we will see Norway, France, and this is Sweden, Signe Ordegaard. This is Czechia too, Pitsiblova, and this is Sigrid Schmidtgran from Norway. Now Alice Merra in Italy up there. Is Yumike, and only now the reigning world champions Finland is passing 1:44 behind. Oi.
Yeah,
How
it's not an
dobre sa
ideal
lopta.
first leg for Ellie Punto.
Yeah,
She's
this
giving her
is
teammates some work to do to catch up here.
yeah, this in the women's class again. I think I've talked about this in one of the broadcasts. I'm not sure which one, but in this women's class, we will get so many different type of runners because we have the younger runners, like we should see the Slovenia runner. For sure, she's quite young, so she's still a girl. So not the hormones are still not there. And for these 20-year-old girls, they are already women. So the hormones here can play a role. And yeah, when you are little bit older, then you start to have a little bit more weight. It pays a toll physically. So yeah, they need to just keep pushing hard and keep focused for the first years as elite athletes until they get that elite body, as we've seen in so many of the runners like Simona Borsol. Yeah, Pia Youngvik on her last year as a junior, she was struggling a bit, but now she's already one of the best in the world. And here Anna Vitkova, alone in the lead. She managed to grab a small gap over Rachel Good. And this is the leading pack, more than 1 minute in front of the others.
She's going for broke, for sure. The pace of Vitkova and goals
And it's
slightly different.
so we have to wait some seconds until we start having more runners into this arena passage. But I can tell you that the line from Eli Punto to the control before the arena passage quite good. Hopefully she can get up some seconds and bring Finland into contention for the top spot. And this is Henriette Radzikowski for Switzerland 1.
So dropped a little bit more time then.
Yeah, more or less the same. Just 7 seconds time lost from TV1 to the arena passage. But we've seen that this last part of the course, there is time to gain and lose on this last part of the course there.
And then another gap until we see the next runners.
And this is a quite impressive race by Frida Carnegros and Denmark. They are well in contention for a medal, and then also Signe Ødegaard. For Signe, she really needs to keep this together because she has two strong runners on the two last legs, Ava Björk and Freya Jerne. So here the pack of runners passing in the arena: Frida Carnegros, Signe Ødegaard, Kabir Rimkute, and now the reigning junior real world champion, Eli Punto, passing there 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind.
So the women have a slightly shorter last loop than the men, but it won't be long until we know for sure if Vitkova has missed a control. Eve Buckley is flying around today, gaining positions as well.
And I think that this last loop on the women's course, it's even more prone to mistakes as the men one, because they don't have the control on the rock where they really need to go to the paths running, so they can really mess up the route choice from 14 to 15 and make some huge time loss there. Quite interesting to see what the top teams will do there. Irana Vitkova, she managed to drop Rachel Good behind, and she's well 1 minute in the lead of this relay right now. Really good line from the arena passage to control number 13, already on her way to number 14. Let's hope that we didn't saw it wrong and then she forgot one control.
Henrietta Raczkowski then chasing down those top positions. But it's the Switzerland second team who are currently in second place.
Yeah, but Anna Vitkova really performing quite well these controls on this marshy diffuse area. She caught number 13 really well, having a good line through the terrain to number 14, really pushing close to the line there. And you see how diffuse the forest is here. Really focusing on keeping the direction right there through the greener area. And now she's going into the control right there. Now it's interesting to see which route choice she's going to take.
On the big screen, the cheese by the Swiss team, by Legend Gold, but the falls of Vitkova.
There's such a huge pack of runners into control number 13, but still Switzerland. Yeah, and she's going around on the path, so quite clever route choice here. This is the one that you need to take, especially during the relay. Use the path and then attack the control 15 from the same side as we have seen the men doing.
Svizzera 2 al inseguimento di Cecchia, poi Svizzera 1, poi Norvegia, Danimarca, Francia. Il GPS della Svezia ripartirà improvvisamente appena sarà uscito dalla zona non coperta.
She's now
So Hanna
going.
Vitkova really executing this last loop really well.
Yeah, but I don't think that this is quite clever from her part. She has gone out of the path a little bit too early. Probably would be better to keep up in the path until the crossing on the paved road that she's now crossing, and then attack the control from the crossing of the paved roads. So now she's going into this control from an extremely diffuse area. She's trying to catch a little bit the corner of the green. Let's see if you can understand it on the pictures. Yeah, but she's going this. This is really diffuse. I think there is time here to gain by Switzerland. Switzerland is really taking a better line in the terrain. And remember, Switzerland was 1 minute behind at the control before. You see, look at the forest here. It's so diffuse. She doesn't have any sort of visibility here. She just needs to trust the compass and go in direction to the control, but she will lose time. This is quite clear. And I think that Switzerland too has the possibility to overtake Czechia here. Would be good to have the GPS on the screen as well so that you can understand what I'm saying. Now she got the control, but you see the jersey from Switzerland quite soon. If the cameraman would stick there, you will see the jersey from Switzerland that will punch the control just behind Czechia. They were 1 minute behind, and now they are just a few seconds behind, probably 10 to 15 seconds behind Czechia. And also really bad exit from the control here from Anna Vitkova. She's a little bit stressed with the cameraman.
Yeah, struggling to get through the green here, but once she's out and emerged, it's just a paved run all the way into the changeover. But yeah, really struggling to get through that green.
Yeah, but that is what we talked about in the men's relay. You really need to have a good direction through the green area. There's a passage through the green and hit the paved road on the right way. Otherwise, you'll get stuck on these green areas. Runnability is bad and you lose the speed. If the ones that are behind you have a better line, they will be able to overtake you there. So Anna Vitkova to the changeover, all alone there in the leads. All alone, Anna Vitkova there leading the women's relay.
So she will hand over to Victoria Skachova.
So it's a strong Czechia team on the two last legs. Now the reigning middle distance junior world champion into the forest, Victoria Skachova. But now the changeover for Switzerland too. Rahel Good coming into the finish just a few seconds after the strong Czech team. And it will be Switzerland 2 in second spot of the relay. And going out there now into the forest, Coralie Wandler.
But we can confirm that Hanna Vitkova has mispunched. She never went to that control.
Yes, indeed. So again, good spotting here. And we managed to see that it is disqualification for Czechia. They haven't gone to control number 6 on the women relay. Anna Vitkova, similar type of mistake as we saw Jonas Fene Inger did for Norway. And Czechia 1 is out of contention. So no more medals for Victoria Skachova, no more medals for Lucia Dietrichova. It's all now down to Czechia 2 to manage to grab some medals. It's looking good for Switzerland. Switzerland 2 also at the changeover, and Rete Radzikovski will be about 40 seconds, no, about 1 minute and some seconds behind the leader. Switzerland 2.
So it's Kati Hotz that heads out then on second leg.
And also good to see Norway with Sigrid Schmidt-Gram and Sweden, Signe Ordegaard at the changeover. So tight battle here for the women's relay.
So Sinne Sandven off onto second leg for Norway, and Alva Bjork off onto second leg for Sweden.
And also shout out for a strong Gabia Rimkute, really good leg for her. The first leg of the race for Lithuania. And also Alice Mera from France at the changeover, together with Marie Kravdal from Norway. Now Denmark with Frida Carnegros, still well in contention for the top positions. And here is Doria Salopek for Croatia, together with Czechia 2, and also Ireland up there. Oh, amazing run by Eve Buckley from Ireland. This is Eli Punto from Finland. Finland reigning junior relay world champion in the women's side, but they will be about 3 minutes behind the leaders. And here
Eli
is the
Punto
changeover for Finland.
Handing over to Pelka.
And also Venla Letonen at the changeover, and the Italian Nastia Ferluga for a good position. And Nastia handing the baton to Lisa Rivetta. And Lisa is now out into the forest.
Rachel Baker also just finishing there for New Zealand, handing over to Catherine Babington.
I think this is the second Swedish team, together with Slovenia and Australia, to come to the changeover. So it's Brina Koller for Slovenia, Nia Schindler for Australia, and Felicia Persson for Sweden. And you saw the Japanese girl there. She was going to the arena passage, not to the finish.
Behind Italy, Slovenia, then Sweden 2, then Australia 1. Just to give you a recap. In the first place, after the first leg.
And so this is the replay. We have talked about this. So she made the mistake there to control number 5, and then probably same mistake as we saw on the men's class, Jonna Fene Ingerd. She was straight navigating to that control number 7 without going to punch control number 6.
Yeah, similar mistake that we saw Norway do in the men's competition. So hopefully she feels a bit better about the fact that she's not the only one to have made that mistake today. But here then are the standings after leg 1. It's Switzerland out in front, Latvia in 3rd, and Norway and Sweden chasing the front. And you'll notice that there is no Finland inside the top 10. Eli Punto was off the pace.
And now we are back to the head of the race, where you see Czechia there leading the race, followed by Switzerland 2. Of course, now we should not count about Czechia and take them out of the results. They have mispunched, so no medal for Czechia there.
The runners don't know that though, so Skacheva's out there thinking she's got the lead here.
Yeah, but she will realize that when she comes to the arena passage, or at least to the changeover. So Coralie Wadler for Switzerland is alone there in the leads. And how good it is for having a second team performing quite well. Always very good to see.
Yeah, again, it's that great competition within junior squads, that battle for the first team. And when you don't get that selection for the first team, showing why you think you deserve to be there.
You see Coralie to the first TV control. She's leading the race there. Of course, you see that she's passing 1 minute after what was the passing time of Victoria Skachova, but she is in the lead of this relay. 43 minutes and 10 seconds of running time for her.
I think it's worth mentioning that the Hungarian team that has Rita Marmarosi on the last leg has only just come through to change over with over a 7.5 minute gap. So that is definitely out of contention.
And I think that even if they had Janka Mikes, it was still the first runner running the first leg. And yeah, it was a little bit of a stretch to hope for a medal for Hungary here. But still, it was a fantastic result on the men's side with that fantastic 5th spot in the end. A strong race by Martin Chobot again today. And we are waiting now to have more runners. And you see, this is the group that is on silver medal position, and it is Norway leading the pack there. And then Switzerland 1, Sweden 1, Alva Björk, Kati Ots, Norway 2, Nina Winstead there, and Latvia 1. It was also a very good race by Latvia 1 runner Ilza Jumike, and here the second leg runner is also performing quite well, and they are in the podium positions. And now France, Lucie Godion. And if she can manage to do a good race, I think everything can happen on the last leg for France, because they have Fanny Delahaye.
For the second place, we can see on the screen Alva Björk for Sweden, Sandven for Norway. We don't know.
And this is 3 more runners passing here. Mixed team with Silmkaite. And then we have the junior world champions Finland passing at this control, I think. It was Finland. Together with Migle Sinsikaite from Lithuania. No, we didn't have the punch from Finland there. I thought it was the Finnish team, but probably didn't record on the radio control. But I think it was them passing. Irma Pelika, and here Croatia. No, this is Croatia, I think. Now Denmark and Italy. So it was Sara Delic, Croatia. In fact, then Denmark passing there with Sigrid Nilsson and Lisa Rivetta for Italy.
Lot of mixed team out there. A possible team without the third leg of Ingeborg Olmosland.
And still leading the race, Switzerland. Switzerland 2 team really pushing the pace up in front there. And they have 30 seconds, more than 30 seconds gap, about 45 seconds gap to the chasing teams, Norway and Switzerland. Norway and Switzerland, different forkings here. Norway going to the E, D control, Switzerland to the F control.
And I think that the Czech runner will be in sight of the Swiss team.
Yeah.
Because of course,
we don't have it on.
Still thinks that she is leading this relay.
Yeah, we don't have it on the screen because, of course, they were disqualified. But Vachegud is around about 30 seconds behind Victoria Shkashova. That went out to run the second leg without knowing that her teammate has mispunched the 6 control.
I wonder if we'll see any other athletes doing a similar mistake.
Yeah, it's just... but in fact here, now for this second leg, you see, it seems like from the animation of the course, we think that that is some forking on this part of the forest, but it's not forking. It's leg forking, so this means that it's the same course for each of the second legs. And you see that the control, it's not the same. Control number 6 is not the same as the control in the first leg. Number 6 now is on that re-entrance there, in the end of the small water line. And in the first leg, it was the rootstock more to the east of the line of number 6. It's looking very good for Norway. Stine Sandven doing a really good race. Catching up some time over the Coralie Waldner. She was more than 1 minute behind at the changeover. Right now, she's only about 35 seconds behind.
The second in control in 49 minutes at 24. And okay, let's start the heartbreak. Alma Björk together, Coralie Vader. You can see the big screen.
Okay, so Switzerland 1 is ahead there of the rest of the pack, but closely followed by France 1. And for France 1, for Lucie Gaudion, it would be very good if she could see the back of the second leg runner for Switzerland 1, Katy Ots. If Lucie Gaudion could see the back of Katy Ots, it would be very good for France 1.
Alva Bjork has had a great start. Obviously, her GPS is out of signal at the moment, but just 1 second down on Waldner.
Oh, yeah. So we don't have her on the GPS. But yeah, it's looking very good for Sweden. Yeah, they are on the leading pack there. So when we see Norway and Switzerland too, we should also think that Sweden 1 is up there with the 2 girls. So it's a 3-girl pack in the lead of the women relay. And now they will go down the slope and then they start climbing to control number 7.
Considering the couples all team for the same country, it's too early to start. Taking into consideration which team will be Kaza. And now one sky now for Latvia. Then Barbara Strikova.
It's a little bit about trying to hold up the emotion here to see who will be the first to go to that third TV control number 8 there. We will really try to get some pictures out of the terrain and see who will pass in front. I think that still in front it will be Victoria Shkashova. But again, Czechia 1 team mispunch on the first leg. Then we have that second group of runners, Switzerland 2, Norway 1, and Sweden also up there.
Sandra Lapina in the third leg for Latvia. This is not a surprise, definitely, because they were...
And number 7 for the women is lower down on the hill, which is why on the last leg we saw them all choose an eastern route to 8 and staying low on the path.
Some more teams, other TV control.
Yeah, and these legs here, you will go pretty straight, I would say. Of course, there's some sort of route choice that you can take from 7 to 8. Not the same route choice as in the 1.
In 10th place, the gap is already 3 minutes 45. In the meantime, we have the changeover of the United States of America.
But I think that the girls, they will go pretty straight there. Just take the climbing.
Looks like also the French team starting to fall off of the back of Katy Ots.
Yeah, this is the area where it's going to be physically demanding because you need to go up the hill. We saw this with the Finnish runner, Apovi Kajärvi. He was losing contact there. This is now the uphill section of the course. And she really needs to hold up to the back there. But she's running together there with Latvia. Grete Grandskalna.
And it looks like Freya Hjörne is taking a different route.
Yeah, she's not on the graphics here, but she's taking a very different route choice to control number 8 compared with Switzerland and Norway. So Switzerland and Norway, you see that they are climbing up. And honestly, I think that this is quite okay, because if you look at where they are now, to that main contour line, they are exactly at the height of where control 8 is. So you always need to climb up to that height for sure. And then they just need to have those 3 extra contours, and the way all into the control number 8 is much easier, because then you use the paths that you have in front of you. As for Sweden, it would be good to have them also in the picture. Sweden, they are going all around in the slope there. So will be interesting to see when they go to the control. But what I can tell you is that Alva Bjork is really doing a fantastic navigation, even though I think the route choice may not be the best there, but she's executing it perfectly.
And now Catherine Babington, Isabella Lindqvist for Finland, Sara Delic, Lisa Rivetta, Sigrid Ölischlager.
But we can also see next that Kati Hotz has the shortest forking in the next section, which will benefit Switzerland 1.
It seems that the flags are joining each other, because this is the area where there is no coverage of
Okay, so you are not looking it on the screen, but we can tell you that now Sweden 1 is on the path to the east of control number 8, the one down the slope. So now they will need to climb all the way up to control number 8, and Switzerland 2 and Norway 1, they are already up in the height of the control. So I think that Switzerland 1 and Norway 1 will be the first to arrive there.
We have already had the Czech athlete through the radio control, but of course they have been disqualified.
You see here, Coralie Waldner from Switzerland in the leads, and Stine Sandven from Norway. This is the leading pack of the women relay. So now we see how was the time lost for Alva Bjork and Sweden. She will come down the slope. She will need to climb up to the control. Hopefully the cameraman will see her. But first here, Kati Hotz. Yeah, but Kati Hotz here, really closing in to the leaders. She was climbing 30 seconds, almost 40 seconds. She was 1:11 behind, and now only 33 seconds behind at this third TV control. So good middle part of the course for Kati Hotz.
Control number 8, we are still in the middle of the competition in the second leg.
So now it's going to be a small gap. Unfortunately, we saw that Lucie Godion was not able to catch up with Switzerland, and here Alva Bjork. So I told you, not the best of lines. Yeah.
About a minute and a half's worth of time lost there, because she was only 1 second down on Waldner.
Yeah, this
So
when you are
route.
Yeah, when you are in this type of terrain, the first thing that is very clear that you need to do is you need to know if your next control is higher or lower on the slope compared to where you are. So if she have looked carefully into the contours, she would understand, okay, I need to climb up to this control number 8. That is quite clear. So I need to go up the slope. And she kept on the same height on the slope there, even going a little bit lower. So the first part, it was okay. She navigated quite okay. But yeah, then going into the control, 1.5 minute time loss for her. That's a pity, but she will bounce back. Still a lot of relay ahead.
From the 13th place.
Yeah. And you saw passing there after Alba Bjork, Barbara Strikova, Czechia, and this is of course the team that matters for Czechia, that is in contention for the medal. Then Latvia, Grieta, also running really well, and then you saw Virma Pelika and Lucy Godion, and now Ukraine also passing there. And this is Mina Winstead.
Yeah, she chose the western route to this control.
Mm-hmm. And also some time lost for her. She was only 57 seconds behind the leading pack, and now more than 3 minutes behind. This is Elsa Kaipe, I think. Yes, Elsa Kaipe for Sweden. 3 minutes off the pace, but she's actually doing a quite good race. She's even getting time on the leaders. The second good leg for Elsa Kaipe, Sweden 2. And changes on the leading. And here the route choice by Sweden now. Like I was telling you, she went all the way on the slope there. And then she really needed to climb all the way to the control. And even the exits from the control down there, it was not ideal. And making 1.5 minutes time lost on this route and small mistake. Now for the TV control. So at the first, now it's a change. She's so close. What is she doing? She's so close to the control. And this is Kati Hotz and not Coraline Waldner. Now this is Switzerland 1 leading the relay, just close to Norway and Switzerland 2.
Still in second place, the Swiss volunteer in front of her is not anymore Corey Balder, is now Kati Hotz, and Sandven is running.
So 3 teams in contention for the gold medal position.
Third place for Corey Balder, Switzerland, in 13 seconds.
This is only 12 seconds separating Switzerland 1, Norway 1, and Switzerland 2. And now Sweden.
No more news on the big screen, no more news
Alba
on the
Bjork. She's getting a beautiful line into this control. And the Swedish runners, they are so good running in this diffused terrain. You will see her coming, I think, quite straight to the control. In about a few seconds, we will see the blue and yellow jersey of Sweden on the pictures. Here she is, and look at the line. Really beautiful line. If you look at the GPS, such a beautiful line by Alba Bjork. Really good orienteering here at this point for her, hitting the control really well. Is about 1 minute and 27 seconds behind, so it's still not game over for Sweden.
And Switzerland here then with the shorter gaffle.
I think that Switzerland won, if I'm remembering right. Switzerland won on the last leg will have the E control. So first leg did the G, now the H, then they'll have the E control on the last leg. So this is Czechia, Barbara Strikova. 2 minutes behind. And Virma Pelika. And they are 2:14 behind. So she's in fact running on the same speed as the current leaders. And here Lucie Godion and also the Latvian Grieta Granskalna. Really good run for Latvia, but Latvia was also 7 last year on the women relay of JWOC, so they are having really good teams throughout the years.
And here we are with de Lussing, avion France, 7e place, Greta Skada for Latvia in 8th place. There are 3 groups with Hots.
And here is Sweden 2, Elsa Kaipe. Not sure. She's a little bit hesitating there. Now she's in the control. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And this is Kati Hotz at the arena passage. Switzerland leading the women relay with now a bigger gap than in the beginning of what we had at the TV control. The TV control, she was only 4 seconds in front of Norway, but now it looks like a higher gap. Now it's 30 seconds gap for the Kati Hotz and Switzerland. Sine Sandven from Norway, now 30 seconds behind, and Coralie Waldner from Switzerland, 41 seconds behind. And Ollie, if you were Switzerland too, and you know that your teammate was running in front of you, would you help push the pace with Norway 1, or you just stick behind the Norway 1? What would be your tactic?
Oh, that's a difficult one. Ooh, I'm not really sure. I think I would just continue to run my race. See what's possible at that moment. I guess, yeah, push as hard as I could, and then if Norway responds with that, then who knows?
When we analyzed it before here, the passing of Alva Björk at the arena, losing some more seconds. Now Sweden in 4th spot, 1 minute and 40 seconds behind. But if we take out one of the Swiss teams, they are still in bronze medal position. When we analyze, for example, cycling, this is one of the things that in cycling never happens. So if you have your teammates in front of the road, you will never pull an opponent up the road. So this is something that we have never discussed in orienteering. And now Barbara Strikova from Czechia. So this is position number 5 in the relay for Czechia. Again, Czechia 1 team was disqualified after a missed punch on the first leg. And here the current world champion
has managed to pull up some places here. Now we're with Kati Hotz.
And here she's taking the safer route choice. And you see, crossing there, Switzerland 2, and Norway 1 is already going to punch control number 13. So Kati Hotz is on her way to 14, Norway 1 is punching 13 and chasing Switzerland 1.
The right place to leave the trail.
And you see that Norway is going to take, I think, a straighter route choice. So Switzerland too, also coming back to the path. But I think that Norway will go quite straight on this route choice. So it'll be interesting to see if she can catch up some time on Kati Hotz.
Yeah, moving well through the terrain.
Following the leaders of the competition, giving us a chance to look at the good choices.
Yeah, catching the control quite well there, Kati Hotz. And now on her way to the north parts, to the route choice, the second last control, that has proven to be so decisive on the men's race.
Pretty soon, some more pictures.
And really good with the pictures here. We really can understand what is going on this relay. Fantastic production of the Junior World Orienteering Championships 2025. So good to be here seeing the pictures of these top junior athletes competing here in Italy. With the leaders here on the relay, Switzerland and Katiotz. Second leg of the women relay, last race of the JWOC 25.
Gold, Wagner and Mattis. On TV contention. You can see the flag.
And if Czechia was counting, I would say that it was 1.5 minute advantage for Czechia. So good run for the Victoria Shkashova. We need to mention her also. But unfortunately, no medal for Czechia won today.
Yeah, Czechia 2 best placed Czech team. Inside the top 5, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's still, there's still some opening to see if they can get some medal. Right now on the medal positions, you have Switzerland in gold medal position, Norway silver medal position, and Sweden in bronze medal position. But Czechia is just out there in the next spot. So everything can happen on the last leg. But here, Katiotz, really good line there to this second last control on the women's class. Now she just needs to find the good routes out of the paths, out to the roads, and you saw her really using the compass there. This is what you need to do. Use the compass to make sure that you are going to exit on the right direction, and then it's just, okay, this is the direction, just keep pushing and you'll hit the paved roads in the right spot. And she is executing it perfectly. You see here, the passing in the green, she didn't get stuck as we saw before with Anna Vitkova. So perfect orienteering here for Katiotz on her way to the changeover to send the last leg runner of the Swiss team, Celine Sandvold, with a comfortable lead.
Yeah, she looks so strong running in towards the finish, doesn't she?
Yeah, now it's her job is done, so she just needs to push as hard as she can. This is no orienteering now, just following the paved road, punching the last control, and touching the hand of Celine Sandvold into the last leg.
Although Katy Hotz won't know that the Czech team has mispunched either, so she's going to be thinking she's in second place here.
Yeah, probably. Or the coaches have said something at the arena passage. It may happen. But here is the leaders of the relay, Switzerland and Katiotz, now handing the baton to Celine Sandvold. She is looking quite calm and composed, Celine Sandvold. She knows that she has a really good gap for this last leg of the women's relay. And,
what do you think it is that they're saying to each other as they hand over today?
Yeah, it's just giving. There's not so much to say because there are no real big surprises on the terrain. There's an old map of this area, so I'm sure that most of the teams they have prepared. They know where the courses are going to go. It's just the best thing to say is this gap and being sure that to have a good gap. So just Celine Sandvold seemed calm, and I'm sure that she will try to keep orienteering together and not make any mistakes. But here is the news, because we have, in fact, Sweden in second spot.
Yeah, she's done well to pull that time back after that poor route execution earlier on in the course.
And it was all down to a poor exit by Norway from the second last control. Norway really went into the green area. They struggled to get out of the green area. They were in second position, but now they will be in third at the changeover. So first, Sweden with Alva Björk in the silver medal position. And into the last leg, we already seen Freya Jerne waiting there to the changeover.
Yeah,
So
Freya
the long
Jerne has had
distance.
a hugely successful week. Long distance champion.
And here is Switzerland too at the changeover, and behind them Norway in bronze medal position right there. So tight battle for the medals. And now let's just wait and see how long will it take for Finland to the changeover. If it is within 1.5 minutes, probably some things can happen. Otherwise, it starts to be quite big of a gap for the next runners.
She will soon also hear more voices, I think, from the Swiss team, but let's start with the leader of the second leg.
And Evelina Ojanaho in the start line, just waiting for Virna Pelika to come.
How did you feel during the second leg?
At the changeover, at the arena passage, sorry, we had Barbara Strikova next, and then Virna Pelika. And here comes Barbara Strikova.
So this is the highest placed Czech team.
And they are coming, it says fifth, but if we discount one of the Swiss teams, this will be fourth position at the changeover for them. But just after and behind, you will see Virna Pelika from Finland. Here she is. She really needs to push as hard as she can to give the best starting position for Evelina Ojanaho. But they will be more than 3 minutes off the pace of the gold medalists, of the gold medal position from Kat Yachts and Switzerland. Nothing is impossible in orienteering, but it will be very, very hard for these girls to be junior world champions in the relay again. So Barbara Strikova at the changeover.
And Evelina Ojanaho about to head into the forest for the last time at a JWOC.
Yeah, so last time for Evelina Ojanaho. She has been around for many years and now trying to chase the best results possible for the women's relay of Finland.
We've also got the French team running in, as well as Sweden too.
And this also going to be quite interesting to see in the end what will be the results for France. This is Lucie Godion. And now Fanny Delahaye heading out into the forest, and also strong results again by the Latvians, and into the forest from Latvia now to the last leg, Sanda Lapina going out to the last leg in the women relay.
So 5 minutes now since the changeover for Switzerland.
This is the situation so far into the arena. I want to hear your voices. The delay is a bit higher than in the competition.
And it's quiet in the arena, big gap until the next runners will come through.
We can see sooner or later something happening in the forest.
And here Latvia still trying to beat the best result ever. Best result for Latvia was a 6th position, the women relay, back in 2004. So it's still possible for them to get one of the best results ever.
Definitely on track to match that, or even beat it. So switching our attention now then to the third leg runners and look at the gap that Switzerland has. Celine Sanvald already on her way to number 2.
Yeah, it's a huge gap for them. I think the gap right now it's about 1.5 or more than 1.5 minutes. Should be around 1 minute and 45 seconds. Gap for Switzerland won. And then the battle there for the silver medal, Sweden and Norway. And Sweden here having the best forking to that first control, so they will be clearly in silver medal position when we get to that first TV control. But here, Celine Sandvall and Switzerland, very, very much everything under control for her, and she's clearly ahead of everybody else. No one running around her.
Yeah, looking really in control, really relaxed as she ran through number 2.
Yeah, for her to be running last leg, for sure she's a very calm girl, able to be in the quarantine for a longer time, handling the stress of seeing what is going on in the relay. So she's really executing it well.
Chased down though by Freya Hjörner, who's just over a minute down.
Yeah, I think it's
Sweden
about,
will be looking to do the double.
I think it's about 1.5 minutes of gap for Switzerland. We will have her in the pictures pretty soon, and then we have the timing there, and we know exactly the time, but should be around 1 minute and 30 seconds. Here she comes. Yeah, so very close to 1.5, so 1 minute and 22, 1 minute and 20 seconds between the gold and the silver medal positions. And just after, we have Switzerland 2 also passing here in front of Norway 1.
Here we are with Australia. The Australian team, Milaki and Eka Enderby starts right now. And the All Blacks. And Lisa
So here you see, this is Switzerland 2, third position, 2 minutes and 6 seconds, 2 and 2. Leonie Mattis. And just after, Ingeborg Mosland from Norway. 2 minutes and 13 seconds off the pace of Celine Sandvall. So meaning that Ingeborg Mosland lost some more seconds in the first part of the course. And here it's quite hard to establish if they are running fast or slow, because the forkings can play a role here on the timing. Switzerland already cutting their control E. And Sweden going to the F control, so they can really close the gap a little bit more. And they were 1:19 behind at TV1. Let's see when we get to TV2 if they are able to recover some seconds. Should be Czechia going to the TV control pretty soon. Let's see the replay. You see that for Sweden, they punch already. They were together, but Sweden punched control down on the slope, and they had to just go down to the path and fast running. Whether Norway had to go to the re-entrance control on the other side of the slope So this why this gap here between Norway and Sweden.
Powerful level cutting holds and the third one now so far. Here with Sri Samali. Salute to you.
But yeah, there's time to gain because I don't think the route choice from Freya Jerne is the best to control number 4. She's going all around there, and I'm pretty sure that once she crossed that paved road, growing to that yellow with the vegetation will be a little bit bad.
Yeah, she's also drifting quite far over.
And what do you expect? How was your second leg, and what do you expect from the third leg?
Sandvald looking very relaxed in the forest.
Nice, really keeping with orienteering. We are following her into control number 5.
To see how Freya Hyun is getting on with her route choice there.
Yeah, she's going now into that open yarrow with the vegetation. Yeah, seems to be quite okay. He's definitely an aggressive runner. That's quite clear. And I think that she's even going to get some seconds on Celine Sandvald. That is very clear.
Yeah, it's definitely paid off for her.
Mm-hmm.
Not a route that would be obvious, but...
No. She executed it quite perfectly. I think that she already got control number 4. Based on the direction that she's now following, I think that she already punched number 4. So this means that the gap for Switzerland now should be about 30 seconds. So, interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, this is looking quite good for Sweden. That route choice really paid up for her. Yeah, she was quite clever because she didn't had to go all the way down and then climb to control number 4. So yeah, it was good.
And it looks like Sandvald is going to number 6, which is good.
Yeah, we don't want more drama. It's enough drama for today. We just want pure competition and pure orienteering. Yeah, so it's 40 seconds now between the two teams, meaning that Freya Jerne caught 39 seconds on Celine Sandvald on that route choice. So, yeah.
So we could still get some more drama in the final part of the course. Switzerland versus Sweden part 2.
This is Freya Jerne. That's really good route choice. And she's already going down to the stream there, and then she will start the climbing to control number 7. Yeah, it looks a little bit more green in the terrain than it looks on the map, but yeah, she will push through.
And the gap back to Switzerland 2 and the Norwegian team is growing.
Yeah, so it seems to be quite clear that the gold medal fight will be again between Switzerland and Sweden. Had the same fight in the men's class, and the victory went to Sweden. And it went by good orienteering by Hannes Mogensen, and here Freya Jerne also doing a really good race so far. That route choice to control number 4 was very clever from her part, gaining 39 seconds on Celine Sandvald.
Yeah, we know how fast Freya Hyun is through the terrain and uphill, so I think she'll definitely be putting pressure on Sandvald for the next few legs, especially with this climb now.
Del team Italia, è sempre un piacere vedere anche la tua domanda, che cosa ti aspetti, la loro grande confidenza, la loro grande fiducia nessuna pressione su di loro, ma so che daranno il loro meglio, sono tutti quanti convinti e convinte che i loro compagni di squadra stiano veramente non
And I would say that the current junior world champions, Finland, they are now about 45 seconds or maybe a little bit more off the bronze medal. So Evelina Oyanaho doing quite good orienteering. Let's see if she can close the gap to the bronze medal spot, because up in front, the battle will be between Switzerland and Sweden.
1 meter closer to the finish line. It means that the most important thing.
But what we've learnt from the first race today, from the men's race, we can't rule anybody out because anything can happen in the final part of this course.
Yeah, the gap now is just, I think, about 2 minutes, probably. Yeah, for between Celine Sandvold and Ingeborg Mosland is now, I think, 2.5 minutes. So it is probably a little bit too much, but yeah, we never know.
Yeah, but Finland and Czechia are both pushing towards the bronze medal spot as well.
And here on this route choice again to number 8, it seems to be like the Swede route choice going on the slope there to control number 8 again. I don't think that this is the best route. So you see where Switzerland is now? That is the height of control number 8. So, of course, Celine Sandvold had to climb there, but she always have to climb to that height because the control number 8 is there. And she's like, in fact, trying to use the same height as the control. She's doing a really good choice. As for Freya Erne, she went a little bit far down, and she still has to climb a lot of contours to get to control number 8.
The only positive is that she's got a bit of a path to follow through the terrain, and that'll help her climb up to the right contour, but I think it all depends on the execution here.
Yeah, let's see if she will use the path. Of course, here the GPS precision is what it is. I'm not sure if she's climbing, but I think so, that she's using the path to go up there. I think it's going to be quite good drama, but so far Freya Rene really performing better than Celine Sandvold. No problems for Celine so far, but the speed and the aggressiveness of Freya Rene has been much higher.
Yeah, we know she's got that aggression from the long distance, don't we?
Yeah.
More than the road choice of Freya Erne, but it means maybe that Celine spent some energies than Freya and
So you see that Celine Sandvold is on the height of the control. He has, I think, everything a little bit in control. Let's see if she doesn't go down the slope now. Yeah, I think she's going a little bit too far down now.
Yeah, you'd hope that she would have climbed using that path up to the correct contour height.
Yeah, just
but
use
the execution's just not that good, is it?
But yeah, Celine is on the way.
She'll drop straight into the control here.
Yeah, she will be below the control, and she's already there. No punching the control right there. So now the time is counting for Freya Erne. She was 40 seconds behind on the TV control number 6, but I can tell you almost for sure she will be much more behind at this one.
Yeah, I think Freya Bjork, Alpha Bjork, I think, lost about 2 minutes choosing this route choice.
Now, I don't know what she did. She hit the green there, and now I think that she's going all the way down to the path. Or? Oh, what is she doing?
Yeah, she's lost contact completely there. That's not good. That's gonna really open up the other runners' opportunities to catch the silver medal
Does she?
position here.
Yeah, but does she think that she's far ahead, or?
Some different route choices here.
No, she's keeping now. I think she understands that she's still far from the control.
On the big screen.
And here it's really good to see what is going on behind, because also Switzerland 2 and Norway 1, that route choice, not so good. But Czechia and Finland is already with Czechia. They are doing the right route choice to that control number 8. So it is still possible for the medal for Finland today.
8th place. Then we will see. I'm afraid that Freya did mistakes.
If we look about the time from Norway to Evelyn Oyanaho, it was about 1 minute at control number 6.
Maybe Freya was convinced to.
So Evelyn Oyanaho 1 minute behind the bronze medal position of Norway. Let's see if she can cut up some time on this route choice to control number 8. As for the Switzerland, now they are all alone up there. Now Freya Jerne, and look at the time. Again, more than 1.5 minutes lost for Freya Jerne on this control. Of course, I will not say that it's game over. No, I've learned my lesson, but it's looking very difficult. You see there, she was 41 seconds behind at TV2, and now 2 minutes and 24 seconds behind. So almost 2 minutes time lost for Sweden, for Freya Jerne on this control.
Yeah, so that opens up the door for the runners in the bronze medal contention to also start to challenge silver medal too.
Yeah. Nice. And I think that most likely we'll see coming up the slope, it should be Switzerland 2 and Norway. And from the side of the slope, we'll see Evelyn Oyanaho. And I think we can already see the Finnish girl. Yes, indeed. Boy, what a nice route choice here for Evelyn Oyanaho. Bringing Finland into bronze medal position. So good to see. But you'll see that pretty soon also Norway and Switzerland too are there. Here they are. Little bit of mistake because the approach to the control is really hard. They don't know where they are yet. And here Czechia.
The medal dreams are not over for Finland. They could still push up into silver position.
They are so close to the control. Oh,
mistakes
now
here.
Leonis.
Oh no!
Yeah, but Leonis has seen the flag there, and hopefully Norway will also see it's still in contention here for the medal. Norway, Ingeborg Mosland, but this route choice really, again, 1.5 minutes lost. But in the leads at the TV number 4 is Switzerland. Celine Sandvold running really good. The gap at the previous control, 2 minutes 22, and we have her all alone in the leads.
It's also worth saying that after the disappointment from the Czechia first team mispunching, Czechia's second team is now also in contention for a medal now.
Yeah, they are
so
performing really well.
From Evelyn Oyanaho. This is how she got ahead.
Yeah, and if you see the route choice from Norway, again, you need to go a little bit down to then climb up again, and approaching the control from that area is very hard because you don't have any visibility for the features. You look to a completely side of the hill, and it's quite hard to hit the control on the right way. Whether Evelyn Oyanaho really taking the right route choice there, navigating well, using the small paths as much as she could, and she managed to grab herself into bronze medal position, to grab Finland into the medals. There were 6 at the changeover, and now they are in third.
Yeah, you can see that Freya Hyun has really put the pace on. as she approaches
Yeah.
this final section of the course.
Yeah, but still the gap is about 2.5 minutes for Switzerland. And Celine Sandval not risking it there to control number 11, so using the pads.
Yeah, I think most of the Swiss athletes have done this. We saw that with Loic Berger as well. And I think Radziakowski did this too.
And the news is that it's looking better and better for Finland. I would say that Finland is now only 30 seconds from the silver medal position, 30 seconds from Freya Järne, Evalina Oenaho. So the drone is waiting for the Swiss athletes. It's waiting for Celine Sandval to come to the arena passage. We will have her on the pictures pretty soon. She's already on the path, and here she comes, Celine Sandval, keeping her orienteering together, bringing Switzerland to the arena passage with a clear lead of more than 2 minutes.
With the current leader. You can see on the screen the name of the
And of course, she will get some good feedback as she is passing the arena. She will know from the coaches and from the spectators that the gap is more than 2 minutes for her. So looking quite good for a gold medal for the Swiss girls.
But she has to execute this last part of the course very, very well.
Yes, indeed. And it's quite interesting to notice that it's the same team as last year. And last year also Henriette Radziakowski running the first leg, but then a change because it was Celine Sandval in second leg, Katja Otzen third. Here they make the change. They were fourth last year, and here they are running for gold now. And here the running for the second and third spot, and you see that Finland there in third position, and both Finland and Sweden running a quite straight route choice to that control number 11. And the gap has grown a little bit more here. It's now, I think, about 50 seconds, 55 seconds between Freya Järne and Evalina Oenaho.
Yeah, you can see that the Czech team is also putting pressure on Evalina Oenaho.
And then just behind the Czech team, you have Norway. And who is running with them? It's Switzerland too.
It's also great to see Latvia and Italy so high up in the results here.
Yeah. At Latvia, again, doing a fantastic race so far. Really good relay for the Latvian girls. Also good for France. Anne Delahaye is running a good race. And what a recovery for Hungary, I may say. Because Rita Maramoros now bringing the relay into 9 spots. So fantastic race for Rita Maramoros again today. But on the pictures, Freya Järne at the arena passage. She was 2 minutes and 22 seconds behind. Did she punch the control? Did she punch the control? Oi. I was not looking.
I didn't see.
Oi. I'm not sure if she punched that control. Yeah, I think this. Yeah. Good job by the teammates. Good job by the teamates telling her, come on, go back and punch the control. And she's lucky
I don't know if
because.
that's allowed.
Yeah.
You allowed for your teammates to tell you that?
Yeah, well, not sure. But
Interesting. But that's cost her a place here.
Yeah, but it's good for her that Evelina Oyanaho is doing a mistake to control number 11, and in fact is now Czechia in bronze medal position, because otherwise this could well cost her the silver medal. But she was really lucky there with the teammates helping her, going back and punching the control. But again, here, safe in the lead, and this is the gold medal spot, Celine Sandvold and Switzerland. Alone there, the gap is 3 minutes gap for these Swiss girls. So you see the replay here?
Then.
I saw it right. Yeah, I saw it right. So she was just running and she forgot that she needed to punch the control there.
Yeah, planning ahead instead of looking at what she's got right in front of her there.
Yeah, but I think that, again, this is like a rookie mistake. This is all in the bulletin for the event. This is in the information, so you just need to read it and know quite carefully how the arena is going to be. Almost same mistake here for Czechia, and Evelina Oyanaho in bronze medal position, but 1:13 behind the silver medal. And this will be the battle for bronze.
Yeah, I think it seems obvious when you're reading the bulletin and you've taken that information, but when you're this far into a race and it's hot and you're working hard and the pressure's on, it's easy to forget these simple things.
Here is Norway with Ingeborg Mosland and 6 spots at the arena passage. Also Leonis Matis from Switzerland too passing there. And the arena is definitely eating up for this last leg of the women's relay.
Yeah, everyone's emerging from the shade to line the run-in now, because it's about to get exciting.
Only something quite extraordinary will avoid the gold medal for Switzerland. Celine Sandvold here. Yeah, she's running the right route choice here, using the path to go to the north there. So yeah, she's already on the path as we've seen on the pictures.
Yeah, Freya Hjörne definitely lucky with that last control there. Lucky that no one was right behind her.
I think that Anna Vitkova would have loved to have someone shouting at her, "Please go back and punch control number 6."
Yeah, she's lucky that that happened in the arena and not out on the course.
Yeah, but she's on the pave area. Again, the line into the second last control is going to be a bit tricky because she's going to approach it from a quite weird way, but let's hope that she can manage to do it quite well. But she still haven't done. She needs 2 turns to go and punch the 15 control. Where is she going?
I wonder if she'll use the ride.
Yeah, but where is she going? Come on. You need to turn to go and punch the second last control. She still haven't exit the path there.
Yeah, I think she's going to go right up to the bend and use the slight ride to get a good entrance.
That is okay. With the gap that she has time to do this type of things, but hopefully she doesn't forget that she needs to go and punch that control.
I don't think she'll make that mistake.
Yeah, she's already on her way there to punch the second last control and then into the arena for the cheer and the celebration together with Henriette Radzikovski and Katiots.
So once she's back on the tarmac, it's just a simple run into the finish to take the gold.
Yeah, so No more orienteering for her from this point on. So she just
head
needs
down
to
and run.
run and see her teammates at the last control. They will be there for sure to make the run-in together with Celine Sandvol, Henriette Radzikovski, Katiot, Celine Sandvol. They will be the new relay sprint world champions. Nice drone picture bringing Switzerland to the finish, to the last control, to the gold medal.
Yeah, I can see her teammates in the arena now cheering her on in.
Some punching there, and for sure she'll start. And here are Henriette Radzikovski and Katiot, and together with Celine Sandvald, they are the new junior world champions in the relay. Switzerland winning the gold medal in the women class.
And of course, the mandatory jump over the line. You've got to get that good photo as your crowned gold medalist.
Instagram photo for the three girls managing to get from the fourth place last year to the gold medal this year, and Switzerland is the new relay junior world champion in the women's class.
Yeah, just solid performances from all three of those girls throughout the races today. And it still looks like there's going to be a battle for this bronze medal because these girls are still running together.
Yeah. The GPS from Czechia just froze a little bit, but they are together. This will be the fight for the bronze. But before there, we need to celebrate the silver medal for Sweden. Freya Järne already on her way to the last control. And Sweden will get the silver medal in the women's class.
So again, if you were Evelyn Rianaho, would you be trying to get ahead here, or would you be tucking in and waiting for a sprint finish?
Here for the Evelyn Rianaho, definitely trying to look for some mistake from Katarina Stepova, and trying to use that mistake from her, not leave it to the sprint finish, because you see that the pace from Evelyn Rianaho is not as good as Katarina Stepova. But no problem for Stepova.
Looks like she's creating a gap.
Yeah. So most likely it will be bronze medal for Czechia here. But first, the silver medal for Freya Järne. Here she comes.
Yeah, approaching the arena.
So here comes Freya Järne into the finish line. So they were managing to improve the result from last year. Last year they were in 5th spot. And this year, Signe Ordegård, Halva Björk and Freya Järne, Sweden getting the silver medal in the women's relay of the JWOC 2025.
Stepova pushing really hard into the finish, but it's Sweden who take the silver medal in the Junior World Championships relay. Freya Järne anchoring the relay.
Yeah, again, two bad route choices on that low 8 control.
Yeah, Evelyn Rianaho just didn't have the pace to keep up with Stepova, so it will be the Czechia team who will take the bronze medal. Obviously, commiserations for the first team after that missed punch, but the second team in for bronze. And it's Stepova that anchors the team to the medal. And Finland, just off the back, Evelyn Rianaho didn't have the legs to keep up with the Czech athlete. So
Ah,
no
yeah.
medal this year for the 2024 champions. And you
So
can
it's
see
the
just
end.
how hard
Yeah.
she's worked.
It's the end of the cycle for this Finnish girl team. Eli Punto, Virma Pelika, and Evelina Ojarnaho. Last relay in the youth classes for them, and finishing on fourth spots. And these Czech girls really deserve a shout out for sure. They were not expecting to get a medal today with such a strong first team from Czechia. But they missed punch, and Victoria Zlibova, Barbara Strikova, and Katarina Stepova really managed to step up and get a very, very good bronze medal for Czechia. Very happy girls
Yeah.
there.
You can see they're delighted with that. And the Swedish team there celebrating together. A good silver medal for them.
Now this is Norway. No, this is still Switzerland. So Switzerland too coming into the finish. 5th spot for Switzerland too, but they will not be on the final result list. Meaning still 2 spots in the podium available. But here, good to see the Swiss team too performing quite well. Now this is the real 5th position for Norway. And Ingeborg Mosland finishing the race. So Sigrid Schmidtgran, Signe Sandven, and Ingeborg Mosland, 5th position for Norway on the women's relay. And the Czech girls, they are very, very happy.
Yeah, great performances from them. As you say, a very unexpected medal there, considering just how strong that first team was.
Next to come to the finish will be Hungary. What a really strong last leg for Rita Maramaroshi. And don't forget, there is still 1 place in the podium for the diploma. Because at the finish line, 1st position, Sweden, Switzerland, 2nd position, Sweden, 3rd, Czechia, 4th, Finland, 5th, Norway, and I think Hungary will close the relay in 6th position with Rita Maramaroshi. We should be having the pictures at the last control pretty soon.
Yeah, we said we couldn't rule out the Hungarian team because we know exactly how strong she is. And here she is then. I can see her on the run-in now, about to round the corner. And what an impressive performance to catch up all of that time and bring in that Hungarian team in for a diploma into 6th position, 6th country across the line. Absolutely phenomenal. What an athlete she is.
Yeah, she really deserves a hand of applause. Rita Maramaroshi bringing in Hungary into a diploma, last spot in the podium. She started her race in 16th position, 9 minutes and 51 seconds off the pace of Switzerland, and she finished 7:58, so she was running faster than Céline Sandvol. And also finishing Fanny Delahaye for France, so this means position number 7 for France in the relay. Also Sigrid Oxcott from Norway too finishing, but we already have one Norwegian team. So it means 7th spot for France, 3 more spots in the top 10 available. think here is the fight for one of those spots. This is a mixed team. I think that we have like a small gap in the relay now. Probably the next team to finish will be Croatia, meaning that Croatia can be 8th in the end of the race, and this will be a huge improvement on the results of the relay for Croatia. Up until now, the best spot for them, 17 on the women relay back in 1993. Too many years ago, more than 30 years ago, they had these 17 spots and they can come into 8th position. 8th. Amazing to see, with very young Delic sisters, Sara Delic and Dora Delic on the team.
Yeah, very impressive performance.
Being there and knowing that could make a difference.
I was prepared, we under so much pressure because we were the second relay. And then when I found out that our first relay...
Okay, so here are the final results so far, with the gold medal for Switzerland, the silver medal for Sweden, bronze medal for Czechia, and then 4th spot for Finland, 5th spot will be Norway, 6th spot Hungary, 7th position for France. Of course, you can see there the Switzerland 2 and Norway 2 teams, but those 2 teams will not count in the final results. Only the best team for each country is on the final result list. So we hope for here for some battle. And this is the replay for the last leg of the race, when we saw that Freya Jerne started more than 1 minute and 10 seconds behind, but of course she had this shorter forking here for the second control, or for the first control, meaning that she was able to catch on some time onto Celine Sandvold. Then Celine Sandvold had the E control, and Freya Jerne with this super route choice out of the F control, she managed to bring herself into contention for the gold medal. She was very, very, very close to Celine Sandvold there at control number 6. Then Celine Sandvold a little bit faster on the uphill, but with a much better route choice for control number 8. So we saw similar bad route choice from Alva Björk on the second leg for Sweden. And here Freya Jerne also doing this bad route choice, small mistake there for her, even losing some more time, and she was here completely outside of the battle for the gold medal. Then Czechia coming from behind. The fight for Czechia was against Finland, and for Celine Sandvold, he was just taking really secure route choices, getting one control after the other, no problem in any of the controls. And when Celine Sandvold was exiting out of the arena, we saw that forgot to punch control from Freya Jerne, had to go back there, but still she was more than 1 minute in front of the third team, and she was able to make these controls really well in the end and get the silver medal for Sweden. But here in front was the gold for Switzerland, then silver for Sweden, and then the sprint finish to the side, the bronze medal for Czechia.
And it means that it's in 8th place.
So again, Croatia already finished their course, 8th spot for them, best result ever for Croatia. Then Great Britain was 9 and Latvia 10. So this means that we are bringing now Italy to the finish, but I think that in front of Italy we should have Germany. So the top 10 is set. Top 10 in the women's class. Gold medal Switzerland, silver medal Sweden, bronze medal Czechia, and then 4th Finland, 5th Norway, 6th Hungary, 7th place France, 8th place Croatia, 9th place Great Britain, 10th place for Latvia. So in the pictures you have Silvia Di Stefano from Italy. Very young runner, born in 2008. And Ollie, it's also a fantastic job by these running cameras.
Oh yeah, I've always thought it's very impressive that they can actually keep up. I can imagine they'd be training on a treadmill with their camera. Specific training, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think many of them just try to do this when they get to the event, because normally it's runners from the country. It should be some local Italians that are running there. And
Yeah,
they
don't
are
worry,
really
I
doing
was
a good job.
joking.
Yeah. And here, so the German team into the finish, and Germany is coming to take the 11th spot on the women's relay.
That are really unforgettable.
So some cheering here for the Germany, 11th position for them. And after we will have the 12 spots for Italy. So here comes Italy. Silvia Di Stefano, she is looking back because, yeah, there are some fast runners going to chase her, but I think they are too far behind.
Great result for the home country in both the men's and women's relays today.
Yes, indeed. Really good for Italy. And now it's Australia and Ukraine into positions number 13 and 14. So 12 spots for Italy in the finish. Silvia Di Stefano finishing the course. And then Erika Enderby for Australia into 13th position. And Yevgenia Yushchenko from Ukraine into 14th position.
Semplicemente tenendo il respiro con i denti, ma adesso si alza in piedi. Complimenti Silvia, questo non sarà il tuo ultimo mondiale junior, non dimenticate.
Of course, the arena speaker is saying in Italian it's not her last JWOC for sure. Still a lot of JWOCs for her ahead. She still has at least 3 more to go. And I think that for the 15 spots we will have New Zealand. It will be Finland 2 before, and then after New Zealand, and New Zealand is going to get the 15 spot in the end of the results. So here is Finland 2 with Ida Koskinen. And after the young Tide Favai from New Zealand will come in to close the New Zealand relay into 15th spot. Here she comes. So Ollie, this is something that happens it's in the blood of the Kiwis. You need to run in shorts, otherwise it doesn't count.
I have to say, I did try that the other day when I was pre-running, and I don't think I like it. I think I'll stick with my long trousers.
They always do something like that. The brother Zefa Favai also running in shorts a lot of times, and Tide here also doing the same style. This is Austria, and Austria into position number 16.
I think I also saw Freya Triner running in there.
Yeah, I thought I saw them
Maybe
on
on the run through.
Yeah, but I think I saw them on the GPS tracking.
And yeah,
Mhm.
I miss my flow, I would say, and but I try to push hard also in the final part. So I'm happy, but
Yeah, but I don't
yeah,
see them.
I did one big mistake, and it will be.
Yeah, but I think that in a few minutes we'll have the interview with the winners of the relay.
Come here to the friends and my family.
You were very close towards the end.
Before then we close the stream and we say goodbye from Italy from this JWOC 2025. And before we close, I hope that all the viewers had fun watching JWOC from home. At least as much fun as we had making the commentary. It was a very fun experience. I'm a little bit used of this. I really like JWOC, so I've been making the commentary for JWOC for quite some years. But for you, Ollie, it was the first time making the commentary for JWOC. How was it for you?
Yeah, I think it's been really good fun. I've really enjoyed the atmosphere here in Italy as well. It's great support that all the juniors have for each other. And it's great to see the commitment that they have and just the enjoyment that they have for the sport. It's a sport that everyone here is so passionate about, and it's wonderful to see just how much fun everyone's had here. And I think they all really deserve their party tonight.
Yeah, it's always a huge thing. The party at JWOC is always a huge thing. Hope you can also join them and enjoy a little bit of the environment. Because again, Junior World Orienteering Championships, it's not all about the competition. It's also about the social part, the togetherness, being together with runners from other countries. That's why there is still no seeded start lists for the juniors. And let's see if this will change in the future. But it's also good fun to have it like this. And it was not a boring commentary, at least for me. So it was always very fun to follow the races from the start to the finish.
Bruno, what's been your favorite day? What's been the most exciting day?
Well, I can say every day were very exciting. The sprint relay day, opening with the sprint relay, was quite exciting. All the drama, the miss punch, the photo finish was very exciting. When here Denmark to conclude into 17 spots. The sprint was very good because the courses for the sprint, I really enjoyed the courses for the sprint. They were very technical, a lot of route choices, time to gain and lost here and there. Long distance was fun to follow, especially with the bronze medal for the Spanish guy was amazing race to follow, and all the route choices that we could compare. Middle distance to the drum until the end, yeah. But the relay is always a relay, so it's like a kid. If you ask me which of my daughters I prefer the best, I love them the same. So with this JWOC is also the same thing. I loved all the races. I had fun making the commentary for all the days, and I'm sure the athletes also enjoyed running all the days. And while we wait to see if we have the interviews with the winning team, just to give some content, we'll have the World Orienteering Championships starting next week. For sure, you know everything about the British team, Ollie. What is the expectation for that team?
Oh, I wouldn't say I know everything. I know the athletes pretty well. I think, I'm very excited to see what can be done. Yeah, this should be a good week.
We're here with the new world champion in the forest relay. How was the first leg, Henriette?
Yeah, I was really tired. especially in the beginning, the girls were pushing really hard, so I just tried to push too and do my best, but I knew I had to focus.
You were in the same team also last year. What changed? You got fourth. Today you're the champions.
Yeah, I'm really happy. After yesterday, we kind of proved that we're able to compete with the best and also perform really well. We were all top 12, so we knew it just comes down to the day.
I saw you very focused today. You were a bit stressed, I think, before starting, but you managed to get to the top. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, it was pretty much the same for me. It was physically very demanding, and a group behind me caught up really quickly. But I was trying to not get distracted in a way and just focus on my own routes and get it all right. And that was the key to success today.
Thank you. You have also another gold medal. This is more special. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to get this gold medal with the team, and also at the end of JWOC, it's just like the best end we could wish for. And I don't have any words.
And how did you find the terrain?
I really liked it, especially the beginning with the hills that were really good to run in, and yeah, I felt comfortable.
Thank you so much. And what are you gonna do in the next days? Resting up or?
Well, first we're gonna celebrate, and then rest, summer break, a little out.
Good job today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So they are the new JWOC relay champions. Huge congratulations to them.
And what a end of JWOC for Celine Sandvold and Kat Yachts. Last time for them at the Junior World Orienteering Championships, leaving here with the gold medal in the relay and the silver medal for Sweden and the bronze for Czechia.
And then that brings us to the end of JWOC as a whole for 2025. It's been great here in Italy. Fantastic competition, brilliant atmosphere. Yeah, it's been absolutely wonderful. And the next big event is WOC, which Catherine and Jonas will be broadcasting here on the IOF, so covering all of the World Championship events. But for JWOC, you can see the finish there of the Swiss girls who took the win in the relay. Brilliant experience. And the medal table then for the week. Czechia, the most medals, so they lead the medal table.
Yeah, so we say goodbye for these World Orienteering Championships. Really was a pleasure to be here on IOF TV. Hope that you all have enjoyed the 5 races here in Italy.